Hey, I'm here! Unfortunately, even getting ready 10 minutes early. It takes me longer than 10 minutes to eat a bowl of cereal. Do we get fast travel at all? Apparently not.
My visions showed this path, and many others.
Okay, so it's just my internet going funky. Okay. Un momento. I'm speaking immigrant. Okay. Just gonna keep happening, huh? Just randomly losing frames. Don't know why it happens. Oh, okay. One benefit to having a cold room and keeping your soda in the... Your soda is cold. Anyway, Voxmaster Victus says... Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. Tech priests can deal with the vessel's systems, but the servitors make errors on their task, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in a trance. A click comes through the Vox channel, followed by a weary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations, or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Adira joins the channel and chimes in playfully. Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folk have grown used to all that, so a resident ghost has set up the ante. Telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. And back to Voxmaster Victus. Detective Metz inspected the servitors and concluded they posed no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated, or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult, and High Factotum and generous Danrock would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He is awaiting your audience on the bridge. So, still have some... Oh, did I not get cargo management, voyage ship, correspondence, journal? Let's see, new blood. Detective servitors. Gleam of the final dawn. Dynamic snubium. Oh hey, we finally have the guy. So we can finally go to the Astropathic Chapel and get some stuff handled. Ship management, log. Starport, bunker. No. Ah, okay, there's the bridge button. For whatever reason, I thought that, that it was, an inventory button, but it was not.
Grumpisano Jack says, I miss anything?
Some instability and a conversation about, servitors on the ship going a little haywire. Let's see. First order of business. Not my quarters. Check out the rest of the ship. I should probably find our man. Maybe talk to Cabela. So Dira. Aha. You're right there. What's up, my man Pascal?
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Pascal, shrouded in his crimson robes, greets you with a soft voice synthesized by the Vox system. He says, the mechandrites growing out of the tech priest's back swivel in your direction, as if examining you with curiosity. Do you know anything about the malfunctioning servitors on the ship?
Information about the incidents has been detected in the catalog. The incidents have been acknowledged as insignificant. A technical inquiry has established that the most statistically likely cause of the errors was a transgression of sacrilegious negligence during the lobotomizing rite. This disgraceful act of malfeasance has allowed shadows of the servitor's thoughts and recollections to survive in the depths of his mind, which ought to be dedicated to service alone. As a ship's engine seer, I accept the results of the technical inquiry. As a learned servant of the Omnissiah, I question its findings. The patterns of the malfunctions form a more complex picture than can be discerned by those of lower ranks. For this reason, instructions have been issued across the ship to report any new incidents to me personally.
I have some questions about your visit to Rykad Minoris.
The request is approved. I am ready to provide the necessary information.
What brought you there?
I came heeding the call of my mentor, the blessed Archmagos Amanat. We were supposed to meet on Rykad Minoris and discuss my mission.
The people who wanted to kill you at the port weren't renegades. It was just a cover.
Thank you. Information acknowledged. I will analyze it and take additional security measures.
What do you think about this Abel Hanuman?
I propose that it was the blessed Amonat who assumed this name. This name is assigned to me. His presence in the hands of heretics is categorically unacceptable. The canon of technological security commands that every effort be made to rescue a high-ranking bearer of knowledge.
That'll be all for now.
Acknowledged.
I want to know more about your past.
The request is approved. I have no outright restrictions on disclosing this information.
Behind the tech priest's shoulders, the Meccan Mechadendrites spread out like wings. Where are you from?
Information about my origins is worthless. I belong to the priesthood of explorators and came to the Coronis Expanse over 200 years ago. Any events preceding that moment are insignificant.
Yeah, he's old. How did you end up in the Coronis Expanse?
I was honored to become a member of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. When the Adeptus Mechanicus summoned the faithful for an exploratory venture into the depths of the Coronis Expanse, I joined the fleet in fulfillment of my sacred vows of comprehension.
Why are you not with the fleet then?
Archmagus Amanat, my blessed mentor, commanded me to crew the orbital station Altar Templum Calixus X-17. This venerable temple station was founded in the early years of our expansion into the Coronis Expanse. It is currently a rear observation post of the Cognizance fleet in orbit around the star Furibundus.
Who are the Explorators?
The sacred fraternity of explorers. The cult Mechanica sends us out to the frontiers of the known sectors as researchers and conquerors. We are the warriors of the Code, who return to the lost worlds and devote themselves to recovering the lost ancient knowledge. Explorators are granted the privilege of being more independent than many of our tech comrades. However, it has earned us a reputation as unstable and poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy.
Tell me about your Mechadendrites.
They are my younger brothers and guides on the way to the Omnissiah. Their machine spirits are directly bound to my neocortex and pick up impulses from my subconscious. Sometimes they act ahead of my thoughts. This is how the Omnissiah leads me to comprehension.
The voice coming from the Vox synth changes, becoming strangely softer, blooming with low, warm undertones. We can stop there.
Acknowledged.
Tell me more about the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I am honored to belong to the priesthood of Mars, guided by its tenets. We safeguard technology against the impure and the unenlightened.
Why did you mention Mars?
That is where the cult of the Omnissiah originated, and where we were granted the first revelations. Many millennia ago, we made an alliance with the Emperor of Terra, and have served the Imperium ever since, paying a tribute to machinery, weapons, and void ships. Everything that bears the blessed seal of machinery comes from our hands, and it is we who make sure the operating rituals are performed as they were meant to. We are everywhere. We are the Mars-forged steel bars that give the Imperium strength.
What do you mean guard it? It's not a buried treasure. It's not a secret.
It is both a treasure and a secret. Technology is how the divinity of the Omnissiah manifests itself in this world. This is why the uninitiated may only be allowed to touch the most vulgar and mundane of its instances. We, on the other hand, are authorized to use the sacred catechism of maintenance and operation. Although there is another reason to deny lay people the sacrament of knowledge, it can be dangerous. Twisted by renegades, the Omnissiah's wisdom is called heretic, and the exposure to it may corrupt the uninitiated. Another danger is knowledge, strangely interpreted and inscrutably twisted by the minds of Xenos. This bane is called Xenotech.
Sacred objects should only be touched by worthy hands.
This statement is true. What many consider chains on our way to comprehension is our armor, which we have inherited from our wisdom-blessed predecessors.
Do you hold a high position in your fraternity?
This electu indicates that I am a Magos, who has mastered the sacraments of many spheres of knowledge, and has the right to conduct services in a forged cathedral.
He exposes his wrist. The glowing green threads of an electric tattoo run under the pale skin that has long forgotten the taste of sunlight. What is the Omnissiah, in your understanding?
He is the divine mechanism, the maker of technology. The universe was made to resemble a mechanical marvel because the Omnissiah rules over it. Knowledge is the highest form that he uses to manifest in the world. For now. Someday, he will come to this world in the absolute fullness of his splendor. The Adeptus Mechanicus worship the Emperor. He is the earthly manifestation of the Omnissiah, who brought humanity into the light of divine grace.
What is behind the Adeptus Mechanicus's enthusiasm for replacing flesh with augmentations?
Organic tissue is an imperfect replica of the machine, transient and vulnerable. Metal is more stable, more effective, and more durable. Flesh speak is flawed next to binary language. Meat begets weakness, it softens the mind and undermines discipline. But you can replace metal when it wears down. In addition, a machine is a supreme form of knowledge, and by assuming mechanical form, we become closer to the Omnissiah.
To the Omnissiah.
However, like all things sacred, our augmentations must not be defiled by the eyes of the ignorant. Which is why we reveal only the crudest of tools, while holier mechanisms remain concealed beneath our crimson robes.
I'm curious to see your augmentations.
The right to witness the miracle of flesh being fused with holy metal is granted only to those who have ascended to the rank of initiate. However, your lofty status of rogue trader allows me to make a partial exception and reveal my sacred stigmata.
Pascal reverently parts the scarlet folds of his chest. You see emaciated white meat gnarled by metallic shunts and flexible wires. Blood runs through transparent pipes, enriched with nutrients required by the pallid flesh. The sight of the body transformed into an appendage to an incredibly complex mechanism built using unfathomably ancient blueprints is mesmerizing. Every component of this machine serves the dual purpose of preserving the life of Pascal's fragile flesh and preventing all threats to his well-being. The Omnissiah has been generous to you. His creation is keeping you safe from death.
The Omnissiah has been generous to you too. He has granted you understanding.
Pascal looks at you with respect. He seems surprised that you recognize the purpose of the augmentations. You have a strange way of speaking. Is that because of the augmentation, or does your faith dictate how you should express yourself?
Partially true. I had a voice modulator implanted alongside the respiratory purification module, but there is an additional reason. Gothic is not my first language. I'm used to thinking and making statements in lingua technis. The binaric language is more informative, more ergonomic, and less prone to misinterpretation.
I have no more questions.
Acknowledged.
And I must take my
May
leave.
your labors be effective and fruitful.
Yes. Anyway, let's go deal with things in the Astropathic Cathedral. As we let Adira languish. Now there's a lot to do.
I'll guide your vessel and lead you on your way.
Faulty transcriber manipulators.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Whatever it was, I didn't get the chance to read it.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
And she runs the diagnostic and the messages disappeared. Multi-receiver calibrator.
Operation successful.
Sensors on the text correcting calibrator are dead. Prior to the Omnissiah fixes it, apparently.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Marching on.
Yep. Yay, we got everything fixed. Is he not the pilot of order? Who reported the malfunction of the refrigerator will welcome the news that the sacred mechanism is fully operational again. Who do I have to talk to for that?
The world is full of colors I have never seen before.
I guess I go back to Bridge. Maybe talk to Voxmaster. Oh wait, no, the guy who reported the issue was near the front of the Astropathic Chapel. I somehow remember. And of course that. So we've got the elevator. And Astropathic Chapel. See, I think my next order of business is going to be maybe going down to Your lordship. The astropath smiles at you, the shy, awkward smile of someone unused to smiling. The sacred mechanism is working again with no disruptions. With a trembling hand, the Psyker hands you a strip of paper with a smooth row of etched characters, this time containing no errors. The engine seer rises proudly to his feet and says in low Gothic, a language he clearly has not had much practice in, with sacred words and virtuous thoughts. Turn toward the machine god. I have been able to pacify the mechanism's wayward spirits. The Omnissiah blesses. How lucky we are that the venerable tech priest is so pious and wise. This statement is true. I recommend installing 2 incense burning units in this compartment to prevent the spirit's continued anger. The unit Zachary Weiss will be provided with a list of minor recommendations, 142 in total, for improvement to this compartment. Will result in sanctions on part of the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood. Now to receive some decoded... Do I have to talk to Zachary? Your lordship, I have something for you. The choir master hands you a sheet of paper with uniform lines of machine type etched into it. Thanks to your assistance repairing the compiler, we've been able to interpret a most curious message. It contains a call sign that agents of the renegade Votvir used in their especially important reports. Could it be a message from Votvir? It was most likely the intended recipient. When was the signal sent? I cannot say with certainty, your lordship. Following the repair work, I went through the text that had defied decoding before. The signal had lost its way in the bells of the mechanism. It could not be a week old or years. What does the message say? Only a few words. Lilamed, Odonathus, 11. The winds have ceased. It is done. I know Lilamed is Votvir's call sign for special reports, but the rest is a code we're unfamiliar with. That said, we know where to look for the truth. The Odonathus 11 system. I'll get to the bottom of that message. I have no doubt about that, your lordship.
Follow my steps.
And back we go. Yeah, let's go to the Void Ship Bridge. So we can talk to Cabela, hop down into the bowels of the ship, and then get down to the surface of Rykad Minoris. Actually, Janus, there was something about the problem with servitors. What happened? You see, your lordship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. He nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat as if it were uncomfortably tight. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but it seems that I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments, pending your decision. Pascal Hanuman expressed the desire to be present during the inspection, should it be carried out. I suppose the expertise of the esteemed Magos can only come in handy. I wish to take a look at these servitors before deciding their fate. As you wish, your lordship. Would you like the Engineer Prime to accompany you? Yes. As your lordship commands. Sector and region data unavailable. Location, Von Valencia's flagship, lower decks. Material. Report of a tech phenomenon that has been observed during the Lord Captain's visit to Bay AKN 108. In the words of High Factotum Generous Denrock. When his lordship arrived on the scene, he found the servitors in the same position they assumed after they had been corralled into the bay, all standing in a long, spiraling line facing the center of their strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one, as if obeying a command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. Detective Matt's tasked with overseeing the defective units. Even reached for their weapons, but then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at his lordship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak. His lordship Azathoul von Valencius. Let's see. Gestured for his Engineer Prime to study the servitors. The Engineer Prime slowly waded into the motionless ranks of the servitors, peering into their faces and checking their readings. There was no haste in Pascal's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in this path, and the Binaric prayers were his companions in this investigation. The examination confirmed the Techmat's initial hypothesis. Servitors' souls, or rather, the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nonetheless feel the primitive emotions and sensations, such as fear and pain. This undesirable consequence of shoddily performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, yet, for some unknown reason, it had occurred in every single one of the servitors gathered in the bay. Demand a report on the defective unit's status from the Technomats. The Technomats' long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. Ordered that one of the servitors be disassembled and its components investigated. A group of technomats hurried to act upon the Lord Captain's command. Servitor's mechanical parts separated with clicks, snaps, and hisses. Sutures between its wrinkled pale flesh and its augments were laid disgustingly bare. We watched the technomats do their work and could see every centimeter of the servitor's stiff muscles abounding with valves and cavities pierced by countless cords and tubes. The disassembly and analysis complete, the technomats concurred. The unit was in working order. Nothing in the dissected body that lay before us could provide any insight into the reason behind the defects. I should make note of one more thing. At that moment, all of us present discovered that not just the eyes, but the hands and heads of some of the servitors were now shaking too. It was as if the mechanized servants were overcome with some primordial terror. I announced my decision. His lordship looked at me with unwavering resolve. It was that confidence that wrenched me out of the nightmare stupor that had me tensely observing the scene unfolding before me. He gave the order to send the servitors back to toil as they had toiled before. They had not yet paid their dues for the crimes of their past lives and did not deserve clemency. Lord Captain's orders, the servitors were returned to the same decks where they had worked before. Crew were initially unnerved by their presence, but adapted to their quirks soon enough, especially since, following the incident in question, there was a noticeable reduction in the servitors' strange behavior. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission. Yay! Let's go talk to Edge Girl.
Domin.
Yeah. Camilla puts away the dagger she's been using to reopen her freshly closed wounds. I would like to know more about the sacred mysteries of the death cult.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
What is the cult's purpose?
The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the Von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
You hear a whisper in your mind telling you to kill someone and you obey. Have you ever considered that these whispers could be a deception orchestrated by the minions of the arch-enemy?
Death's whisper is unmistakable. It is not like the murmur of stars or the hiss of corruption. It is truthful, pure, unyielding. Only the most eminent of us, the high spinners, can hear the whisper of the Undying One and give voice to his will. They must hone their senses and temper their body and soul for years before his call can reach them. If it puts you more at ease, you can think of these whispers as his providence.
How do you know you've never made a mistake? Can you be sure you've never wrongly robbed one of your victims of their life? Let us speak of something else. She stares at you intently, perhaps too intently. She says nothing. The Emperor's death. You set aside my curiosity. Now. I must take my leave.
May the undone.
I'm honestly not that interested in her as a character, but was she fun to have around to beat stuff up. Actually, I want to adjust some things. I do want to keep the purple. And just take some efforts to make my retinue look a touch less goofy. Brushed up against some wires. Love you, and you're fluffy. So very fluffy. Keep the backpack. Although there's nothing I can do about her character model. Fishwife looks very goofy, no matter what you do with her. And Aderia can stay looking goofy. In fact, I might just take the tactical goggles off of her. Yeah. Where'd those go? Aids. Blows of endurance. Well, I just don't intend to use her. Do I really want that +6 warp? My lower warp is already pretty high. So I think I might actually replace that with tactical goggles. Sniper gloves. Yeah, keep those. Let's see. When the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain +1 bonus damage till the end of combat. You already have gloves that give you bonus to persuasion. You don't need those. I can't use them. You're the persuasion character, so you get those noble silk gloves. You don't have gloves, so I'll give you the gloves of endurance. And phantom cloak. Armor against warp damage. Let's see, you have the commander cloak. So sure, I will give you the phantom cloak for now. Help you tank stuff. It's going to be a while until I'm dealing warp damage, so I don't need that just yet. I use Fellowship in place of Intelligence for Lore Imperium tests. Not worth losing the resolve bonuses. Alright. Holy Vestments, 20% armor. 27% armor. +2 tech use. And a major dodge penalty. It's basically... flak armor would technically be better, but it doesn't have... very good bonuses. There's weapons. I think I basically have what I want. I'm a... put the reflective shield on him. Reflection. Let's alert to block attacks. First use of a shield attack in a turn costs 1 AP less. Okay, I'll set up there. So let's wander down to the freight line. The void ship is like a city unto itself, inhabited by thousands of people. Most of them are disenfranchised rabble, providing an easily replaceable workforce. The common folk's only mission in life is to toil away in the name of the flagship's insatiable demands. Edak Frenzo, a sturdily built man with an augmented jaw, stands at attention. The dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD-987/A14, Lord Captain. I am Edak Frenzo, captain of the enforcers in the lower deck, in this lower deck bay. Master at Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay here. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room or begin your search for the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? He says the last part with obvious concern. It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and Sarabak know I was coming now? The Master at Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. We've been awaiting your arrival every day since, Lord Captain. Do you know how to reach the temple? I'm sorry, Lord Captain, I do not. No one knows. The cultists are too adept at hiding and keeping their secrets. And it worries me that you might have to walk around the entire compartment looking for the temple. Why are you worried? Is there a problem with this compartment? Well, the lower decks are not suitable for someone of your status. It's just not the grime of the crowds of British laborers. I suspect that the entrance to the temple of death is hidden in some dark corner where you might encounter criminals or contagious outcasts. With the kind of riffraff that dwells down here, you might even be attacked. Cassius shivers. Such ghastly places you describe. We're not headed there, are we, Lord Captain? He frowns. To put it bluntly, although the bay performs its functions well, even its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten things up. Since doing so will require making some serious changes. I am not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I will accept full responsibility for what takes place in the compartment. Being assigned here almost seems like exile. Did you commit an infraction? He shakes his head fiercely. No, Lord Captain. Quite the opposite. I was commended for my service. This compartment has always been a troublesome one, and the Master at Arms assigned me here because she thought highly of my merits. I am honored to have earned Mistress Sarabak's trust. What did the lower deck officers think of Jocasta Sarabak? Mistress Sarabak possesses all the personal and professional qualities required to lead the enforcers efficiently, Lord Captain. He enunciates each word with pride, but you note drops of sweat on his brow. Let's see. I hereby offer you my assistance, Lord Captain. I shall conduct an inspection and then share my thoughts on how to change this place for the better. But he stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In this case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential areas are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them. And Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit. It's where the madmen and the lepers live. Tell me about the station. The hub connects the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of the labor force and prevent supply disruption between the bays. Who maintains this hub? Traffic controllers. They're technomats trained by priests of the machine cult to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains was carrying macro-cannon ordnance. Also employed here are enforcer squads. On Enforcer Squad, a team of Inferni, the clerks who keep the cargo records, and a Medicae officer. Fine chap whose medicine of choice is a bullet, may the Emperor forgive him. Not every void ship can boast its own railway. That is true. Usually higher class ships are the ones that get trains, but that's far from the greatest thing a road trader's warrant can see done. The credit here goes to Lady Theodora's predecessor, on whose orders the Adeptus Mechanicus assisted in birthing this miracle of sacred engineering from the womb of the dynasty's flagship. What's the situation on the lower decks? Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforce. Whenever crew are lost on a deck, we find replacements from among those rats. And if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs. The rabble cause no problems, I hope. Surely you're joking, Lord Captain. The rabble are base in nature, and mutiny is always on their minds. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations and tinned food to weapons. We confiscate those regularly and keep the serfs meek and terrified. It's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing. The bastards do on a regular basis build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances. Okay, so there's going to be secret doors. That has delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies and caused air and power supply problems in adjacent bays. We burned those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they just keep pressing on regardless. I've learned enough. Always at your service, Lord Captain. The cult of the Bloodspun Web has presence in this compartment, does it not? That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties, he scowls. As irregular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and then they can go around dispensing bloody justice. What do you know about the death cultists? Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. He scratches his head, thinking, the spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folks, and other times even seemingly at random. Their rituals are morbid, and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in their rites would struggle to make any sense of them. I see. Be steadfast in your duty. The captain grumbles sullenly under his breath. Be steadfast in your duty, Captain Frenzo. Emperor protects, Lord Captain.
The web beckons.
The servo overseer makes a note of everyone who passes by its station at free time. Already there's loot. Loot to be had. Okay, there's the captain. In case I want to talk to him. Technomats are performing a sensing rites on the sacred power transformer, but the machine spirits are running rampant and will not be swayed. Statue to Magos Ionis 9, architect of Freight Hub of the Freight Hub. The Kagita dashboard controlling the rail junction is lit up with indicator lumens for active hubs. Arrival and departure announcements are pouring out of the box systems.
No sleep, no rest. Only duty, only death.
Is that what? Can't be. We scripted the deck 3 times right before the Rogue Trader came. Avoid take me, the captain will have our heads. This is the welcome you give the rogue traitor? Abelard's nostrils flare with anger. Whoever had the audacity to leave behind this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account herself. The corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters, "Damn those, how did they even..." Examine the mark. You've seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into their own skin. Cabello carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Domina Azathul. Remember this sign. It's the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail. Do you know what this mark is? It resembles one of these symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called? The Song of Trailing Blood, I think. It's very familiar to many in this compartment. We've heard spinners say it when they perform their signature acts of service to the Emperor. Soundless shadows sink into the dark, slashed feet crescendo with fatal dance, blade song and tempo... nonsense... whatever. What is the Song of Trailing Blood? From what I hear, it's something like a prayer with several verses that tell about the life of one of the cult saints, Ariane, or the matriarch Spader, as they call her. In other words, it is an invitation. It's only too obvious that cultists obsessed with mysticism would never use prose to mark the way to their temple. They're too fond of their obscure chants and cryptic verses. So I'm invited to follow a trail of blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation. If you find what you're looking for, return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain. We got letters woven into the intricate symbol.
Death walks with me.
It's...
Do we truly have to be here? I am not even sure what is making me more nauseous. These horrid colors, or the smell.
Bulky doors leading into Enforcer's living quarters and the hub's provision depots. Let's go to that. This is the last of the hub's vials for this work cycle. Do you have any idea how much it costs? There, 57 ration cards. That's all I've got, I swear. Spent the rest on a rat gun again, I'm guessing. I'm not doing you any more favors. Give up the drink or get used to life in the pestilence pit. I hope you get hit by a train, he says. Oh, some spare medikits.
So shall it be.
See the rotting guts of someone unfortunate enough to be flattened by a train lie glistening on the track. Inspect the Enforcer checkpoint. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadows grow longer, and it seems to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section.
Executing request.
There's a burnt man. Mercy, please save me. The young man gasps for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes, somehow intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain, stare at you from under his caked eyelids. Do you know anything about the mark next to you? Turns his head. A spinner came, painted the symbol, and he gave me water and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later, so that help would come. And here you are, and I should... There's nothing. More verses. The crux of the test is clear. In order to follow in the Stain's footsteps, you're supposed to kill the young man and release him from his suffering. The cultists want to see if you understand the philosophy of those you seek. End his life. I give you a merciful death. No, mercy. Horror flashes in the man's eyes, and once he sees your calm expression, he lets go of his fear and bows his head in resignation. So be it. I can't take this pain anymore. I'd rather die. Cabela says, there's no curse more terrible than an existence between unlife and undeath. You have liberated a tormented soul, Domin Azethul. The undying one sees the good you have wrought.
Onward!
Monteg. Time Ward Loader is barely fit for purpose at this point, but the Enforcers still see its complex maintenance as lesser evils compared to hiring ignorant, clumsy scroungers to do the job. The Infernus Master salutes you cheerfully through his eho-stick. Lord... Sorry. Back. Brings you to its compartment. Famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt. I seek the Bloodspun Web's temple. Do you know where they are hiding? I don't have the foggiest idea, and that's probably for the best. My hand's full as it is. What are you doing here? I'm here to patch up Savage. Locomotive number 3 under the Tech Priest's supervision. That little grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad. His boiler catches fire and starts spitting steam at the repairmen. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course, after I've done all the most dangerous work. That's when the Iron Brains comes in. That's alright. I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at it.
Grumpusano Jack says nice touch adding in his smoker's cough.
When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. Envies those Tech Priest drivers who get to operate them every day. The roar of the boiler, the wheels thumping like mad, and all the furious power pulsing in your hands. Responding to the slightest movement. How about, there's a mischievous spark in his eye. I introduce you. I must take my leave.
I'll chart a course for you.
Hello, Mr. Laborer. He cannot believe his eyes. The workers, beaten within an inch of their lives, are returning stolen power panels, wires, and microlumens to containers marked disposal. Long live the rogue trader indeed. No Pascal.
Operation successful.
Oh, looks like there's some more deeper in. Where is it? So it'll be accessible from elsewhere. I'm guessing that stuff will be accessible Yeah, it's
If
further in.
such is the Emperor's will.
A group of beggars are rattling their alms mugs ostentatiously, displaying their hunger-sunken bellies and various disfigurements. Toothless man falls to his knees before you. Your lordship, spare a throne for those who can't even get the worst jobs. Ignore them. The beggars circle around you insistently, casting plaintive gazes into your eyes. A group of gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage, watching a strange duo perform. A man with odd-looking goggles pushed up on his forehead, hands wrapped in worn leather gloves, playing a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a sack of crates supporting some kind of game board. Scruffy rat is rolling small glass balls around the board. Several workers empty their pockets and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels into the small chest next to the board. The flute player winks at the crowd and switches to a different tune. Solve the mystery of the trick by analyzing its individual elements. Let's see, the rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful balls the players have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the board. But not a single one reaches the goal, a hole marked with a red circle. The rat just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players gets their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, new workers immediately take their place. Watch the rat. The rat scurries around the board, spurred on by the flute. Its movements appear erratic at first, but after a while you notice how consistently the balls seem to miss the goal at the very last moment. While the rat's clumsy, amusing scamper distracts the spectators, its nimble tail directs the balls away from the hole. Listen to the tune. The rat's movements with the flicks of its tail from the flicks of its tail to when and where it pushes the balls, obey its master's wordless commands with uncanny precision. The notes, the pauses, the rhythm, every part of the melody serves as a signal to the flute player's tiny assistant. Solve the trick by analyzing its individual elements. Your mind eliminates all irrelevant factors, the ruffling cards, clamor of bolt nuts, the exciting gestures. There's only the game and its structural components, a skillfully crafted melody, and a trained pet that is smarter than it looks. Where others hear music, you discern a series of coded directives being issued to the flute player's tiny accomplice. The rat distracts the spectators with a show of clumsiness while precisely following its master's commands. And so the balls just happen to roll past the goal, much to the chagrin of the participants. Okay, I'll be able to open a shortcut down there. Yep. And forward we move. Verse 100.
My house would be proud of me.
Judging by the merchant's round and well-fed face, the rusty junk laid out on the counter is merely a smokescreen for more valuable and likely illegal goods that are now hidden from idle glances. Enforcers.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
A stack of ration cards. Greasy stack of cards, each entitling the holder to one portion of rationed protein and a mug of water. Oh. How many times do I have to tell you, ungrateful maggots? Mistakes must be paid for. Have mercy in the throne's name, I beg you. The 12. The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toe of your boot with his dirty palms. Your gracious lordship, hand of the god emperor, save your unworthy servant. Get lost. The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. Sound of breaking bones, the man's cries, and the enforcer's hateful laughter remind you what you went through yourself, too vividly and painfully. They have echo of torment. Giving me minus 10 perception. Sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot. Clean it right away. A murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who have gathered around, while the other workers dare to come close. But the anger on their faces is plain to see. Let the enforcer do his job. Make it quick. I have places to be. Almost done, Lord Captain. He hastens to remove one of his gloves and then starts shining your boot. Low, insistent dissent begins to rise in the crowds, and they die back down as soon as the enforcers brandish their batons. The murmurs return to his pleas for mercy. So one red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seems to size you up the whole time you're speaking. But now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. Next thing you know, you're watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. See, the enforcer hisses at the worker vindictively. Oh yes, 12. This time I'm going to break 13 of your fingers and ribs. It's a lesson to your slimy accomplices. There goes the man.
My visions showed this path, and many others.
The maze bulkhead is marred by traces of gunfire and rust-colored stains from old blood that was never properly washed off. Yes, your lordship? Aha. Athletics, 90%.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Despite your efforts, the container does not budge. You hear it incessant. During each shift, railway hubs direct thousands of containers.
Grumpisano Fa Jack says stream die.
It's looking fine over here, unless it was just a brief blip that went away the second I looked over. Enforcer officer. Aha. Attaches the container manually. Secure the container in place. And now we can lift the crate and get to loot.
Ugh, this master-crafted patella augment is not fit for a servitor.
Let's see, someone has sketched a hasty portrait of a worker with a red scarf over his face. The art still reeks of chemical pigment. Judging by the layer of flaked off paint, it's been removed several times already. Ah, who are you? No, don't make noise. Shadowford, please don't tell them. And power pick, huh? This weapon has an extra attack action, which increases armor penetration for any subsequent attacks. Made against target by plus 10 for 1 round. Stacks. Ooh. feel like that could work as a secondary. But I like giving her the heirloom pistol so she has some ranged option. I swear, Argenta is the only of the female companions that has that doesn't have a funky face. Anyway, so power pick. It's a lot of damage. Way more damage than the officers. More armor penetration too. I don't really have a reason to not take it. I guess it doesn't have the improved parry and weapon skill debuff, but it does more damage. Critical damage as well. Huh? Where'd it go? There it is. It's just a pickaxe. Anyway. Back to the chase.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I
A nice
see what
little
others
stroll.
do not.
More ration cards. What's going on? What's all this commotion? Lordship, please, a ration card. Toss a stack of ration cards. Let your bellies be full tonight. And a nice pile of loot. Oh, there's some goods over there. Almost missed. I also apparently missed some loot over here. Aha! Ah, but how to get up there?
Light of terror, guide our way.
Oh, up through there.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Jump to the gap to get the goods. Oh, and more stuff. Charred scrap of parchment. You can barely make out the crudely scribbled words of the burnt note. Then pass the marketplace to keep the enforcers their operation on the tracks. You'll find a little gift for you. Give it to him and you'll see for yourself. Whatever all that
Unexpected
means.
result.
Now we go over here. Grab this loot. Sure you can have it if you need it so badly, says Beggar to the rogue trader. Turn through here. Glory to his Lord Captainship. Kids have been waiting for you. How was your shift? We worked hard. I helped out a friend with the loading and he gave me some cards. Take them and exchange them for new shoes. Yours are all worn out. Oh, thank you. I've already made your bed for you, so once you've eaten, you can go and rest. The little ones and I will head out to the marketplace and leave you in peace. Those two just staring at each other. Why did the Emperor send me such a wonderful wife? That's a whole area. Oh, looks like I missed some... something over this way. Yes, I did. So that'll be the way to continue. But... ration sludge. That'd be my guess. Okay. There's the... it's down there.
How can one find the right...
Sorted gold.
Sire.
Aha. Oh, clog of tunnels. So much for the house on the outskirts. They've bred the Lord Rats, and they're all over this level too. Man, can't get no peace in there. Man, this place is...
Impossible for this old officer?
markets.
Fortune smiles on us, an ill omen.
Marching on.
Bunch of folks. Shreds of rat carcasses and yellow-green moss stew in the cloudy sludge, along with other unidentifiable ingredients. And we're back to where we started. Finding our way down. Around here. Blindfolded old man. An old man in pitiful rags listens intently to the sound of your footsteps. A stinking piece of cloth is wrapped around his eyes, with greenish pus oozing from under it. The old man lays his trembling hands protectively on the heap of junk that serves as his bed, as well as his table. An old beggar's mug makes a clinking sound next to his withered leg. Throw a strip of dried ration meat into his mug. Here, there's something to eat. The old man ravenously sinks his remaining teeth into the old meat stuffed fibers, but soon gives up on chewing and swallows the piece whole. Could this be a true miracle of the Emperor, or is it just another dream? What happened to your eyes? The void rats gnawed them out while I was asleep. The sewer water my wounds were washed with was infected, turns out. The pain became a stinging feeling that wouldn't go away and only got worse. I was a blind old man who managed to survive in a place like this. People help me. Good people. Not so good ones, too. He sweeps his withered arm vacant and lay around the slum. These crates are typically used to transport weapons. The worn-away markings make it impossible to determine where the shipment come from, and the scuffed surface indicates the crates have been moved frequently. Speak to the foreman. Foreman! The day the Lord Captain wandered into our slum will be remembered in legends. The broad-shouldered man raises a hand in greeting. His old prosthetic creaks plaintively as it takes the weight of his body. Locals and enforcers call me the foreman. I have no other name. You might say I'm in charge. Here in this hole of a place. You recognize the shaggy red beard and keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and the station worker. I saw you near the marketplace. What were you doing there? Watching one of my workers take a beating. Feel sorry for the lad, but there's nothing I could do. He smiles wryly, showing his yellow teeth. Almost all the front ones have been knocked out. I've stuck my neck out in the past, not doing it again. Tell me what life is like for the workers on lower decks. Toil day in and day out for the glory of the ship. The rest of the time they do their best to survive, faced with hunger and the most deranged of enforcers, void leprosy, fires, blood, noxious fumes. The man lists these on his fingers, although he has fewer than nature's average to work with. In a word, it's a decent enough life. If you work, you survive. If you freeload, you also survive, if you're clever. And, well, if the God Emperor wills it. What are you cooking in that vat? Believe it or not, the soup made from mold slime and technical drain water has been simmering in this vat for at least 200 years non-stop. See the growth on the walls over there? We harvest it, dry it, use it to season the soup. If we're lucky, the smell attracts a void rat and someone gets to have meat in their bowl. The foreman points a finger proudly towards the vat. It's for those who can't even earn a ration card. I feed them in exchange for services or favors. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. My people keep an eye out for workers trying to eat 2 bowls in one sitting. One is enough to fill your stomach for an entire watch. Some complain about the taste, of course, in grates. Iconoclast, I guess. Give the foreman a pile of ration cards. Hand these out to the people. You'll know who needs them most. He opens and closes his mouth in astonishment. Lord Captain, you've just helped some good families survive. I'll divide the cards among them and be sure to tell them that it was your lordship who did them a good turn. I mean, yes, I just did something that's not dogmatic, but it wasn't in opposition to any dogmatic option, so it's okay. I seek the Bloodspun Web's temple. Do you know where it is? Cultists don't let people like me in on their rites and mysteries. I'm grateful for their service to the God Emperor, but to be honest, I can't get behind their love of death. I'm much too fond of living. Where is this one? Not over there. I missed a bit of loot there. Where was... No, I saw... stuff. It was in here. There it is. Some more ration cards. Can I hand that to him?
Knowledge is eternal.
Anyway, onwards we go. goods. Consequence of a terrible crash on the monorail half a century ago, still affecting the efficiency of this stretch of railway. There's nothing that way. Some goods over
Watch
here.
out.
A nice little stroll.
Oh.
The Emperor favors me today.
Crumpled scraps of parchment. Give our gift to the one who sees nothing but hears everything. The truth will be revealed to you. This will be the pestilence quarter, I believe. Stench of decaying bodies. Yeah. Stop being so bloody difficult. What's the thing that's difficult to say? Your time has come, or what have you. No, please, what did I do? Talk about being everywhere at once. Why don't we take his stuff to the marketplace? We'll get to eat soup tonight.
Just as he ordained.
From a severe but curable disease, one vial of medicine administered in the early stages would have saved him. No one finds the courage to approach the bodies of the outcast. Their rotting flesh and cartilage bears the mark of void diseases. It's Dana the outcast. And here's... Careful, you poor thing. Don't drink too fast. The mold is dotted with glandular tendrils that is slime. Sick people who are still alive but can no longer walk are the mold's favorite choice of host to grow on. It's like the last of life's juices from it. Some more hidden goods there. A little bit of synth leather and ceremonial perks.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Light of terror, guide our way.
Goods over there. Lord Captain has spent too much time in the pestilence, but now skin is covered with inflamed blisters. There must be someone on board who knows how to purge the rogue treasure's body of his affliction. Specimens before you must be the most repellent inhabitants of the compartment. Covered in sores and bald patches, glistening with pus, and the stench of unwashed bodies brings a tear to your eye. One of them glares at you. What you want? I'm the Lord Captain of this ship. On your knees, insolent scum. The cast look at one another and burst into hoarse gurgling laughter. Lord Captain in our short hill. I'm St. Drusus. Here's my regalia. This was an armpit riddled with boils. Gracious Emperor, why are we talking to these horrible people? I fear, Lady Kiasia, that these and many other questions will be left unanswered. Our gents of the tower is over the freak, looking immaculate and unaffected. Even meeting wretched heretics such as this brings me joy. Wiping out even a drop of corruption is a worthy deed. You detect a note of hysteria in the vagrant's laughter. Fingers of many are convulsing trembling, and there is something fearless in the way I look at you. An indifference to death, too strange and unnatural. The ship will be cleaner without you. Mutant bears the black stumps that are his teeth. We'll gut you and trade what you have for a pile of scran. The outcasts, come on up. If you want to share the spoils.
Run, fools, or fall!
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
So, Azathoth. Go there. Let's see, Abelard, you go over here. Bella, you take care of these guys. Pascal. We'll have some more from up there. Oh, there's a death cultist. So we're dealing with 12 up there. 4 on the upper level, so let's get Pascal ready to hit up there. I don't think any of them are going to have guns. Although they are going to get to act first. Those 3 and then those 3. And then Argenta. Actually, Argenta, why don't you just stand there and then blast those guys out of the way. And I'll have Cabela up here ready to do some stuff. See, and then it's going to be Cassia. I'll have you be up. No. You set up here so you can do a little bit of looking to clear out this group if Argenta can't do the job. Let's see. Let's go ahead and have Cabela up here to deal with these guys.
Death to non-believers!
Just a minor setback.
It's Argenta time. Concentrated fire. So, first, Furious Recital. Get a little bit of concentrated fire up. Swap out Bolter.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, should have guessed.
Out of my way! Death to the weak!
I did not think this through.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Let's see. Get no voice of command. To Azithel.
If I may.
Take a turn. Do a little bit of light. Of course, I can't do that without hitting my allies. Okay. Man, this outcast leader is really tough. Oh, actually, this would be a good spot for enfeeble. Other stuff. So, let's go ahead and buff up Cabela. Enfeeble these guys. And that's that turn. Abelard will be able to act next. When does Cabela come online? Oh, okay. She's next.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Okay. Bella, why don't you... Veil of Blades. Death from above. Seriously?
I shall not fail.
There.
I bring mercy and retribution.
And then you
As the
can do
tenants demand.
that. That's the acrobatic heart stream. Do a
Let
blood
your
dance.
soul be come. The other side awaits.
Every time.
The shadows will see it done.
Veil of Blades.
Trust me.
So. Let's go ahead and get another enfeeble. There. Buff up Abelard. And get Invigorate on Argenta. And then just take a pot shot here.
High momentum.
Nice. Go ahead and get Firearm Master going then. It's my turn. Pascal, my man. And I'll go ahead and get ourselves buffed up.
Running binary override.
Suppose awaken this here.
The Omnissiah knows, comprehends all. Request approved.
And Abelard, my man. Steadfast. Which apparently gives people movement now. Okay.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Cabela, I don't really care about you moving. Cassia, I would like you to move, please. Over here. And Abelard himself. Let's go get... Don't have the range to charge. Let's go ahead and get Endure on you.
I took care of this one. It will be done.
Endure and Stealth Defense.
Victory is imminent.
Argenta. If you would please. Control shot, construct. Yeah.
I am your doom.
There it is. Lidless star. Is there anywhere you can... Nope.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Let's give Abelard some more stuff to do.
It will be done. One fewer target.
Then, movement points.
No matter the
melee
cost.
attacks. Excellent.
I will do my duty. Reduce to dust. Indeed. At your beck and call. One fewer target.
You get in there, and I'm charge.
It will
There.
be done.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Oh, Cabela. If you would be so kind as to...
As honor ordains. Trust me.
eliminate that troublemaker.
No. I cannot serve you in this way. I am your blade and shield.
I think there's only that one. Okay, blades.
An offering of blood.
No, line of sight to target, huh? Okay. Ah, but I do have line of sight up here. Can I get enfeeble up there? Yes, I can. Did I hit Abelard with that? Yeah, I did. Didn't mean to. Sorry, mate. Wow. Okay. It's my turn. Skill. Why don't you just go ahead and analyze, expose, joint analysis, and take a shot on that guy. Abelard can just this first technique marked enemies. Why don't I just...
I will do my duty. I took care of this one.
clear that up?
Dare you!
Argenta, my dear. A little bit of fire.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is worthless.
And again.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Of course.
High momentum.
In the name of House Orcelio, I
As the
shall
tenant
prevail.
brings me no pleasure.
And a suspicious rash. But hey, stuff. Nothing worthwhile though. Relished anguish. At the end of the wearer's turn, they gain temporary wounds equal to the amount of collision damage inflicted by the wearer this turn. It's really good for a charging character. But I'm also just not going to be dealing collision damage. There's a leper. Scraps of rotting flesh fall from the man's body, exposing maggot-infested wounds. Some more goods up there.
It is my destiny to traverse the unknown.
Foreman. Oh, I missed some loot up there and some loot over there. Yeah, that I did. That I did. There's apparently some up there. Oh. More ration cards. Now, what's this? Even in a place as dismal as this, people have managed to set up a small altar at which to pray. It's relatively clean and well maintained. Book of War Prayers. Wearer deals 10% more damage to Xenos and demons. The wearer has conviction dogmatic. That bonus is doubled. Ooh. You know what? Use that. Ugh.
What deeds await us?
Back down I go. Loot, not dead man. Oh, missed some loot over here? Yeah, I did. Some over there. Let's go and get Pascal to open that up.
My warp sight reveals something.
Ah, there's a trap.
Oh, this master-crafted patellar augment is not
See,
fit for
right
a
there.
servitor.
And another one.
Cast your eye there.
Argenta, if you would.
Never doubt me. I better myself through my service. Duty prevails.
And have Pascal open the
The
way.
machine god grants me insight.
Martyr's Bone Charm. Worn by a Death Cult Assassin. When the wearer gains a stack of Bloodlust, they also gain plus 10 toughness for 2 rounds, non-stacking. Crimson Oblivion. Worn by a Death Cult Assassin. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy, that enemy explodes in a fountain of blood. The cells nearby are covered in blood as if affected by a blood vial. And there's a level for us. Let's go and get her stuff equipped then. Yeah. People are ranked up. Let's see. Agility, perception, willpower, strength. I'm gonna go for willpower. Because I am... Light. I'm not really using force weapons. Force reality. Used for heroic act by the Psyker. Reduces fail degradation. Obscure threat. Adrenaline surge. Confer immunity. Corpus conversion. Plus 1 life. Some cells are another character. Chance of critically healing. Sanguine Siphon. Every time the Psyker deals damage, they gain plus 1 stack. Sanguine Siphon. Corpse saturation. Yeah, +5 toughness for each psychic effect someone's under would be nice. Corpus Conversion would be pretty effective. Confer immunity would first round of combat. All psychic powers of the Biomancy discipline are less costly, or faster to use. Let's get some more like weapon skill. No, strength perception. Oh yeah, this is Abelard. You want weapon skill? I guess carouse. Sure. Argenta. Let's get some more. Yeah, some willpower would be nice. I think really recommended Origin. Better to die for the Emperor. Doing my part. No other character in the current party has the same archetype as this character. The first archetype? No. No heresy. Ready to serve. Cleansing Faith. Armor penetration with chain and power. Weapons. Litany of Hatred for him. More Furious Recital for 1 round. And more Litany of Purification. The Emperor protects. Maximum wounds, because you just tend to get hit. Fishwife. What you got? Get back in the fight, Officer Encourage. Encourages an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, and stunned effects. If target is under the effects, gets some temporary HP. You got a lot of stuff. Origin, archetype, talents. Mind over matter. Makes all resistance tests with their willpower. It's higher. Oh. Pass unscathed. Veil of Protection. Allies targeted by the Navigator's powers gain armor, natural allure, +5 fellowship, +1 for every Navigator talent or Navigator power taken. Under my protection. Allies targeted by the Navigator's abilities gain resistance tests against Undam the Sea of Souls. While under the effect of any Navigator power, enemies have their armor reduced by 11. It's increased by the devastating parameter of the Navigator staff, but does not stack. Unblinking Stare until the end of combat. Enemies damaged by the Navigators for additional damage from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge them. Tonicity. Navigator powers deal additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristics of the currently equipped staff. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance test, attacks against them gain extra crit chance. Nice. Strange Vitality. Heal 6 wounds at the beginning of every turn and +1 wound. Healing increases by +1 for every creature killed in between the Navigator's turns. Of course, Unraveled. Not used for combat. Perception. Perilous Ways. Enemies moved by the Navigator's powers suffer 4 damage at the end of movement. Pass unscathed. Open the Warp. Enemies affected by extra resistance test. Mind over matter. Mastery of Time. Whenever an ally in combat gains an extra turn, the Navigator gains a stacking +5 bonus to willpower. Up to 5 times. Starts all turns, including extra turns with extra movement points. First ally targeted by the Navigator with a single target ability each turn gains the same amount of movement points at the start of their next turn. Flow every other turn gains an additional action point, or perception. Let's say guide souls for now, just to help people get into position. Pascal. Precise attack, I guess. Calculated relations. Intelligence and sort of fellowship on persuasion, coercion, and commerce. Assistance of the Forge. Pinnacle of weaponry. Steel of the Forge. Or heavy armor. Forge warrant gain +1 movement point, deflection, and cannot fall prone. Actually, Steel of the Forge seems really good because he's going to be in heavy armor anyway. I think he's in heavy armor. No, it's medium armor. Light, medium, medium, light, light, medium. I don't have... the only heavy armor is... Abelard's. Oh, actually, I could move the heavy leather armor. But I like the better dodge. I guess it's just better armor. So I don't think that was actually that good in Pascal. Maybe I can find some heavy armor for him later. Anyway, Blade Dancer. Let's get you some more agility. Stuff scales with that. Athletics. Why not?
Follow the threads.
Some more goods. This is Dana the Outcast. The figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter. As you come over, she freezes and turns slowly to look at you. An ugly, rusted mask covers her face. Are you here to take Zdena to the other side? No, 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 no. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for the light. It's nowhere to be found. Do you not see it? Who are you? Old Zdena, Zdena the Outcast, Zdena the Mad, Zdena the Disaster, Zdena the Curse, Zdena the Spurned. The woman hugs her arms to her chest and starts cackling loudly. Broken chains clink at her emaciated wrists and neck. Ghost of the past, a shadow of the present, only the Undying One knows. He alone. What is this repulsive place? Do you live here? She scratches her neck nervously. You note her deformed fingers, ravaged by some unknown disease. Here, where the unfortunate meet their undeath, here a dumping ground for the bodies of those the Undying One rejects. Here, where pestilence dwells, Zdena welcomes all, talks to their ghosts, and here, where Zdena lives? Yes, that is right. You talk to ghosts, you can't hear them? She points off somewhere to the side and laughs, and then stops herself abruptly. They don't like it when people come here. Lord Captain, this woman is clearly ill in both spirit and body. Best to leave her be. Her colors are all mixed and smudged, poised to reveal a pure shade of madness, and yet scarlet threads separate those trembling patches, preventing her from losing herself. Why are you wearing chains and a mask? You haven't escaped from the enforcers, have you? Ah, these are gifts, they are. Chains clink to announce Zdena's approach for others to hear. She slides her disease-darkened palm down the rough, rusted metal of her mask. They hide, fearful of becoming like Zdena, afraid of losing face. The woman turns away and starts talking to someone only her eyes can see. Make her mark on life in this bay.
Marching on.
Okay. Not sure how I'm supposed to do that. Ah, I have to talk to Mr. Guy. Oh, it's because it's the wrong place. Right here. It has some goods. And a dead man. Sinewy, middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, whenever his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely and his hands clench into his fists. Just as you hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns towards the tracks. He leans forward. What do you think you're doing? What? I didn't. The man starts, almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you see old scars scattered across his body. The scars seem vaguely familiar. Pascal's vox synthesizer springs to life with an indignant binaric trill. I'm registering this unit's intention to use the train tracks for purposes other than those intended by their design. I categorically demand that the unit's self-disposal be carried out using methods that do not violate the catechism of maintenance and operation. Look at the man's scars. Scars all vary in length, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way that the scars are aligned, as well as a series of faded symbols on the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks on their bodies. But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds. This man looks long since healed. Your eyes always return to that blood symbol. The symbol, what do you know about it? The symbol of the blood-spun web. I come here every day, but it hasn't been here before now. I guess today must be a special day. He smiled strangely. The man's faded eyes go. Eventually, I accepted the truth. Who are you? A dead man. Lost my name years. Eventually, I accepted the truth. Who are you? A dead man. Lost my name years ago. Just been another dead man ever since. You dare insult the Your body may already be covered in scars, but... So you know the symbols of the blood-spun web. He bears similar scars. Are you a spinner? I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain junction of the utility tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot, and then I waited. An hour, 2, 5. The junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. I ran. So the spinners simply let you go. They made no attempt to find you and kill you. There was no pursuit. I thought I'd see their black blades the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life, but the terror simply stopped eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one was there. No one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they just whispered, "Separate has gone to the Undying One." They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I've lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead man. You were ordered to die. For what reason? Looks at you. Some would choose to leave the righteous path. These earned penance in due time, or whip sings vengeance on renegade menace. Her blades pass sentence. For cowards seek to hide their hearts, but death makes no pretendance. It takes what's due in essence. The third verse of the song... He stops and then adds hoarsely. Third verse of the Song of Trailing Blood. The Vizier recited it to me before setting me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. Another verse, another step in... Trail of Blood. The riddle is trivial. It's time for death to take what is due, and the Vizier is waiting expectantly for you to carry out the sentence he passed years ago. There were plenty of reasons. I sowed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find, because it kindled my passions. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth. I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear, because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenants. I realized it, but I couldn't help it, because I enjoyed it. Let's see. You don't sound particularly remorseful. Spent years in remorse. I'm tired of it. Have you killed any more innocent souls since you ran? No, I've been afraid to touch my knife since that day. Thought it just might stab me on its own. The temptation's always there. You're a coward and a butcher of the innocent. I'll purge my ship of your existence. The man does nothing to stop you. He even leads us closer to the rails, accepting his fate with a smile on his face. The Undying One is death. Cabela stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly it's better to die for him than to live for something else. This he forgot. pointing me in this direction, but there's nothing in that direction. Perhaps it is pointing me to Zidane. Yep. Aha! Now that I've fulfilled that, final blood marks have appeared. There's a blood symbol next to you. I've seen such marks before. Is this another part of the song of trailing blood? She bursts into hysterical laughter. Oh yes, the song. Here, listen. And a bunch of stuff. Final test. This time don't you make a sacrifice. If you were to interpret this entire mystical search as a repetition of the saint's journey, then the logical conclusion is that you're supposed to sacrifice yourself to merge with the blood that has drenched the flagship from above. And you'll see if you'll learn to see. Look into the darkness. Look. Peer into the darkness. I cannot fathom what I am meant to see here. Peer into the darkness and are gradually able to make out the lines of objects hidden in the shadows. Rotting corpses, rough walls, twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair. You don't see, do you? You don't see. Zidane shakes her head frantically and starts tearing off her rags. Strips of her decaying flesh peel off along with them. You will not see until you become like Zidane, the flesh and blood of this ship. How do it become the ship's blood? Oh, Zidane will show you, and you'll see the true light. Come now.
The sooner we start.
In I go. The rotating blades promise nothing but a senseless and brutal death. Slipping past them requires some unreasonably precise calculations, or blind luck. While listening to the air currents, for a moment you think you hear Zidane's whispered prayer rising from the depths of the shaft. Pray to the Emperor, I put my life in thy hands, for I believe truly that thou wilt protect. The words come easily, and all of your doubts fade away. Somehow you know with certainty that your life will not end here. Jump. Whee! Temple of the Blood-Spun Web. Death cultists are sacred executioners who worship the Emperor through slaughter and bloodshed. Their grim faith and chilling rituals instill a superstitious dread in ordinary people. And here I is. The death cultist bows his head reverently. Athletic 65. I'm gonna say nah. Oh, but there's goods over there. There's also goods up here. Oh yeah, I have that suspicious rash I need to take care of. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Check past, excellent. There are large holes in the compartment's ceilings. Spinners have dismantled the bulkheads to expand their temple ever higher. Let's go down from here. Tangles of improvised bridges constructed from beams and flooring stretched ever higher. Not unlike a web, the temple is growing, as if it were a living organism. Okay. Oh, I can just go down there. There's a ladder. How convenient. A few more goods. Down into the temple proper. Nope. Stream just had a blip. Although before I do anything else, I really need to hit the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back. So let's get some more soda away. No, I haven't moved the joke first. I've returned. I have acquired some mac and cheese. Folks. Hey, I'm back. And worse than ever. Anyway. Cold stone sarcophagi serve as the death cultists' beds. Bones of their deceased comrades are their bedding. Part of the cultist service to the Undying One involves turning the corpses of the departed into sacred altars for their blood-anointed congregation to pray at. Servers off elsewhere. Some athletics here.
Grumpisano Fa Jack says back now.
Oh, right.
Grumpisano Fa Jack says buy a break is still up.
Took a little bit for that second message to pop up. Anyway, so we got more Blood Vial, or Crimson Intoxicants. User loses all their temporary wounds, increases their melee damage by the same amount for 1 round. Another Spinner's Blade and Bloody Pact. This knife grants its wielder a special ability called Crimson Rage. That sounds like it could be useful. You know, I really need the long las. Is it so great that I can't just swap it out for a pistol, like a Deadshot stub revolver? That only deals like 4 less maximum damage. Has a nice hit chance. And then shove Bloody Pact. Info.
Grumpisano Fa Jack says WTF? I made that back now post right after the stream died a long while ago. Why did it show up now?
I have no clue. Let's see. Crimson Rage, personal. Wielder can suffer damage equals 25% of their maximum wounds to regain 1 AP. Can be used multiple times per turn as long as the wielder has at least 50% wounds. So yeah, I have some choices. Ripper auto pistol. Doesn't have as good range. What is the longest range pistol I have? I don't have assigned to anyone else. This pistol is 5. Auto pistol is 5. Ripper is 5. So yeah, the Deadshot Stub Revolver is still my best choice for one-handed melee. Or one-handed ranged. Pick up some goods. Oh, and thus we meet Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. Real old man. A gray beard tinged with blood folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. Lord of the Ark walks the path of unlife, in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner. And the servants of death bow before him, for the domain is the giver of life. He goes still, his head turned to the side. He nods towards the temple's muffled silence. Yes, yes, truth like a stream pours from your lips. We welcome him as the tenants demand. Your hues are almost as pale as the gray of your beard, but what is this? Scarlet whirlwind shines through the faded colors. Quick. Throat swallowing weird. Ah. Oh, there we go. I hate it when my esophagus just does not decide to actually swallow. It just kind of sits there roiling for doing nothing. Anyway, a thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands. Although his arms are stiff and look like they can barely bend. The next instant, the dynasty's symbol is etched on his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, he flicks the blood of his blade off his blade, and several drops land on his face. blood-spun web welcomes its new lord. I am the Vizier. For many years we have waited. Now you are here. We have waited, whispers echo his words from the shadows. Why is it you invited me here? Death whispered your name and commanded us to honor you with a sacred ritual, but only inside the temple can the spinners perform it. The Vizier is suddenly distracted by someone invisible and nods towards empty space. Yes, we are glad he has reached his place. We are glad to serve. What do you mean you have waited for many years? It's not so long that I've made... It was not so long ago that I made my acquaintance with the cult. As I delve into my divinations from the flesh and blood of the departed ones, I turn to a relic most ancient and priceless. It is his tarot, inherited from the cult, or by the cult from the matriarch spider who spun the first webs. One of the readings I did back when I still had the strength to leave the temple and usher souls on their final journey. And that was then. In the intricate tangle of destiny, I glimpsed our meeting, but when we would meet, alas, was not revealed to me. So we waited, year after year, and now the hour has come. You sense a strange disturbance around the Vizier, similar to one that appears around a Cabela, but stronger. He is not a psyker, or else he is such a powerful one that he can conceal his gift. However, his psychic potential is definitely higher than that of an average mortal. There are people like that in the Imperium, undiscovered by inquisitorial hunters. They live out their lives as individuals with a reputation for having strange things happen to them on occasion. Perhaps this decrepit old man is indeed capable of gleaning something more from the Emperor's tarot than just painted pictures. Vizier, is that some sort of title? It is the name we give to the first spinner, the one who has learnt the wisdom of the tenant of the web in order to lead others. I may have a duty to instruct and spin bloody threads, but in all other ways I am as much his servant and yours as anyone else in this temple. How did you manage to erect an entire temple in the middle of the ship without anyone noticing? Followers of the cult once inhabited the tunnels between the bay's bulkheads, until the threads of fate were tangled and a domain of ages past gave us this compartment. We set ourselves building spacious halls where the shadows and the images of him and the spinners themselves would whisper of death. And thus the temple that you see now began to change with the succession of viziers and the cult's generations. We are still building. We are building it still, slowly but surely. I've walked the path of the matriarch spider. What now? Song of Trailing Blood tells us of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it, setting out on that path, you pass the first one, Trial of Resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt and embark on a search for the unknown, a search for death. The Trial of Compassion was the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. The third was the Trial of Justice. Assuming the role of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had upset. The fourth was the Trial of Duty, for duty always leads to death. We are prepared to render our duty to the Undying One, fearless and accepting of our purpose, which is to serve him. You too have proven yourself prepared, and the 4 trials have brought you here. The path I have walked has helped me understand myself better, for the tenets teach us that the lesson learned is in itself the supreme reward for one who is open to self-discovery. The Vizier's sun-shut eyes seem to peer into your face, studying it. Then he turns away and speaks into empty space again. Peace, my brother, the time has almost come. Who is it you talk to all the time? He turns his head as if looking around the temple. I see echoes of those who came before us, and those who were with us, but has since crossed over to the other side. My brothers and sisters raised by the cult. I hear them from beyond their deaths. They share their wisdom. I heed them. The other spinners, they hear not, for that burden is mine to bear. I see your eyes are sewn shut. Are you blind, or is this another of the cult's rituals? I was sighted for much of my life, until a disciple of mine violated the tenets, and I realized just how blind I had been. A lesson, but a bitter one. To look with one's eyes alone is to be easily fooled, but the heart cannot be lied to. Such is the truth, and such was my choice. I sealed my eyelids with the Gias of true sight. Now I see more and better. So this entire conversation was another test, I imagine. A smile graces the vizier's lips, bluish lips. The tenants command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Domin Azathoul? His mouth closes, but you can hear his whisper. A prickling sensation in your face is making you feel anxious. You raise a hand to your palm, only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and you see a few smudged drops of blood from the vizier's blade. See, a strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides and you seem to float in the air, seeing things that you had not noticed before. Shadows in the corners taking on shape and color. The subdued lumen light playing on the cultists' bone masks. Are they really masks? They're tall, lean, empty-eyed warriors. Might as well be dead people. Chill runs down your spine. What is the meaning of this? Your heart is beating slowly. Your breathing has become deeper and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant. Look around the temple. One moment, the walls of Death's Sanctum grow infinitely wide. The next, they're so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances beneath your feet, and the undying Emperor's statue seems to shake its head threatening as it looks down on you. And what happens now? That is for you to tell me. You look at the Vizier. His trembling frame seems small and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him. But the visions are starting to wear off. Now the old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying your every movement, waiting for a response. Now you're going to initiate me as a servant of death. Servant of death, hisses the echoing whispers from the temple. The Vizier bows his head reverently. You have become the blood of the flagship. Now you'll become one of his faithful servants. We may not name you a spinner, but for a spinner's thread demands the forsaking of one's previous life, but the blood-spun web will still accept you. The tenants allow it, but only for a Domin who has followed the trailing blood until the end. Upon the ritual platform, at the undying Emperor's feet, out of the keen gaze of his dark, empty eye sockets, you feel completely insignificant. Surprisingly, the thick blood pouring from his hands upon your brow, chest, and shoulders is still warm. Bowed before his image, the Vizier assumes the ceremonial postures with incredible ease. His withered body moves swiftly and soundlessly. You're slowly plunged into darkness with the sound of ritual chants and swooping blades. Amid the noise of splashing blood and the cultist whispers, you hear the word. Death has spoken your name, Domin Azathoul. Death accepts you. Taste the blood. A rusty taste fills your mouth, causing a spasm in your stomach. Your head is spinning, but you struggle to determine if it's a thrilling sensation or one of profound revulsion. Offer a prayer to the undying Emperor. Each word consecrated to him echoes in your temples and chest. Your veins become hot, and your blood turns to liquid flame. You have no fear in you. The whisper seems to come from above. From the Emperor's lips of stone, I see you. The lingering intoxication still be playing tricks on your mind? The strange rash you developed in the Freight Line's pestilence pit grows pale and scabs over. A healing grace descends upon you. Vizier's voice grows suddenly thunderous and snaps you out of your reflections. Death has accepted you, Domin Azathoul. Now and for all of time, you are the Blood Warden and the Undying One's most venerable servant. Felt as if the God Emperor was watching me. To many, he comes during their time of service, and images of blood and whispers from the shadows. But remember that those are mere visions, for true death will not come for you until your time, and it will take your soul gently in its bony hands. Bloodwarden? Very flattering. I will add it to my other titles. That you are a part of the blood-spun web. Remember henceforth to beware of vanity, for it leaves gaping rents in the armor of our souls. So the ritual is complete. The ritual is complete, but you are not. The vizier gestures to one of the cultists, who's carefully holding a strange garment, to come closer. For years we have maintained fealty to the Domini. We have collected sacred symbols and relics. You are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to grace the sanctum, and the first of them to be initiated so. We are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear our exultation, accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. Spinner's ritual vestments. Oh. The cultists whisper prayers to the Undying One as they help you change your clothes and regain your faculties. I became a spinner of the blood-spun web, yeah! So then, the sin skin. Yes, spinner's vestment, please. I don't think the sin skin is any better than the light spinner's breastplate. Oh no, better armor. But that gives agility and other stuff. That's your agility. Too low. Your agility is plenty high. Better than the carapace. Yeah. Let's give you the sun skin then. Yay, we did the thing. Lowest walks of life. Still need to talk to Captain Frenso. And we got a lot of stuff for the electrodynamic synovium. But I think I want to take care of the other thing first. See up here, some other stuff. Underneath the ancient relic is a stone plaque with an inscription carved in elegant cursive. You value life above duty. You are not worthy of life. Vizier Geofframus. Oh yeah, and Medicae 75. Smoke tickles your nostrils, making you slightly dizzy. Such substances are known to cause hallucinations and all that. And then, to the compartment. Spinner, his face covered in carved, bleeding glyphs, makes a respectful gesture of invitation. Let me show you the way, Domi. The way to what? The spinner points his finger upward at the ventilation shaft through which you reach the temple. The path to where the lay people dwell is complex. Web-like, let me show you. To begin to the business with him. Yay! I don't need to backtrack all the way there. Mm-hmm. Were you in a shootout? Yes, there was a raid on a local gang. Yeah, finally cleared out the scoundrels who were smuggling goods to neighboring compartments. No one escaped. I came across a drawing of a worker in a red mask. What does that mean? It's a figure of local legend, known as Nemesite. Protector of the poor and oppressed. Ever since I was a child, desperate people have been drawing his portrait on the walls, hoping to summon a defender to punish those who wronged them. We've had 13 or so fools calling themselves Nemesite over the past 5 years. We just burdened ourselves of them, just to be sure. I find these sentiments disconcerting. Stay vigilant, Frenzo. Always, Lord Captain. Enforcers have been appropriating ration cards from workers returning from their shifts. Why is that? Are you short on provisions? The compartment has just enough food to avoid starvation, Lord Captain. This is why the enforcers are making sure that no serf has more cards than they're supposed to. They used to rip out people's tongues for it, but I reduced the punishment to simply beating thieves and confiscating all their cards. The orders are to give these cards to workers who are starving due to a lack of work shifts. Not that it helps them much, it's better than nothing. He scoffs. Are these enforcers guilty of misappropriating the confiscated items? Yes. Do those caught stealing deserve severe punishment? Absolutely. I was attacked. It's a menacing growl. Who dared? I encountered mutants in the Pestilence Pit. They seem to be under the influence of unholy powers. You went to the Pestilence Pit? You, into the Pestilence Pit. He stares off into the distance as he speaks. Pardon me, Lord Captain. I just can't even begin to find the words I would use if I had to tell the Master-at-Arms that you had perished in there. He rubs his temples wearily. The enforcers do regular checks to see if there are any dangerous blight-stricken rejects hiding at the bottom of the bay. I implore you, Lord Captain, leave that job to us. I have all the requirements to fulfill the iconoclast thing. Will there be any orders based on this inspection's conclusion? Only harsh measures will bring order to the bay, establish an execution quota, strip all corrupt enforcers of their rank, and burn away all crime. Any idlers are to be given a job, and if they cannot do anything useful, servitorize them. Organize mandatory sermons and spread the word of the faith. See, the flagship's weapons deal more damage and have better critical chance. By virtue of the strict discipline, the freight line delivers munitions with only minimal delay. Crews of the artillery bays now have more time to calibrate and maintain the ship's weapons. Nice. Will do. We will increase the pressure on the untrustworthy element, conduct searches and interrogations to uncover criminals, and will herd the rabble to prayer services, and remind them that your lordship's law is stern. I've been told the next bay has a labor shortage. We're going to deploy our workforce to reserve there, in shackles if need be. Be steadfast in your duty. Duty. Lord Captain, here to report. Your orders have been carried out. The compartment is already operating according to the new procedure. Nice. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sound. That just puts me right at the beginning. Where is this loot? Aha! It's the blind man's stuff. Stolen autocannon! And some auto guns. Lord Captain, a clandestine cell has been uncovered. Traitors are dead and their weapons have been confiscated. Excellent. So about that stolen autocannon, can you wield it? You don't have the strength for it. Abelard doesn't have the strength for it. I don't think any of my guys are strong enough to do anything with this. There's the autogun, which really is even worse than my revolver. Oh. There's so much loot to be had. Scrappy autoguns, auto pistols, shock baton. Alright, let's go ahead and get on out of here. And back down to the surface to go digging around in the sewers. Let's see, starport, the Cenobium. Let's go to the starport. Okay, that's the bunker, I think. Oh no, that's the other place. Down into the sewers we go. There's an arbitrator. Warehouse, go down. Let's go to the warehouse then. Still some people to clean up. And
Follow my steps.
up the sewers. Some more goods down there.
Searching is my observance.
Under a layer of soot and grime, you notice an unholy symbol scratched into the wall. Luck is enough to tell you it's, bad. Excuse of a table, someone smeared with someone's dinner consisting of algae and
Carry
corpse.
the Empress will as your torch.
I see what others do not.
Ultimate.
With fire and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us!
Let's go ahead and get me here. Cabela, Pascal, Abelard here. Argenta, you get into cover. And Cassia gets into cover. Start the battle. Zinchin Herald, huh? I think this would count as a secret boss. Back to 6. I can go ahead and get Sickening and buff up Abelard, I believe. And then just go and take a shot. And go ahead and get a little bit closer and take another shot. Hey. Argenta, my dear. 5 to 10. Furious Recital. Extra damage.
Doubt is for the weak.
Bastard teleports. And then go ahead and
I'll do it.
Alright, Cabela. Let's go and get raining blood.
Trust me. The shadows will see. I will leave footprints of scarlet. Death is a blessing.
And unfortunately, veil degradation is very high right now.
I shall not fail.
Back artistry. Get back.
I would that I could. As the tenets come, the other side awaits.
Veil of Blades over
Trust
here.
me.
Scout, do some stuff.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running binaric override.
See weakness. Expose weakness. Actually, wait. Next attack against a target affected by an exploit. Just cover efficiency. And improved chance to hit.
Request approved.
Oh, and that's all your...
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Out
Okay.
of my way!
Cassia! You're not going to be able to use any sort of stuff. Let's go ahead and use command
If I may.
and bring it down so we can get the shot that he missed.
Scriptural protocol successfully terminated.
Let's see. Exploit and mental manipulation. Go ahead and analyze the Herald. That'll be your turn. Go ahead and give an extra action to Abelard,
I'll paint your death in colors.
so we can start getting up into range. Can he actually reach anybody just yet? Actually, no.
Victory
First,
is imminent.
do that. Cassia, you can hold back. Abelard, I want you to go ahead and endure. Then go ahead and charge in. Stop the defense.
Indeed.
Cassia can end her turn.
Here we go.
Abelard, my dear.
It will be
Your
done.
sworn enemy on
At your
Herald of
beck and call.
Zinch. Move up and charge him down.
My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent.
And that's Abelard's turn.
Hold on.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
I'm here, maggot. Scared yet? Show me what you've got.
Out of my way.
He's getting attacked by those that should be his allies. Interesting. So he can't really use warp abilities because Veil Degradation is way high. How is he even? Ah. All the way over there. Dear Lord. Okay, using my warp abilities. So I guess I can help out Edward a little. Argenta. Why don't you go ahead?
You can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Get some troublemakers. It's your turn. Bella.
Death comes in silence. Death is a blessing. No.
Go ahead and dodge area attacks that are moving, are immune to the forced movement, improved parry attacks against while under the effects of veiled blades. Can even parry ranged attacks. I don't think you can even reach far enough with that. Nope. I don't think they even have pistols, so I'm just gonna skip your turn, go forward. Start moving in my other forces to deal with everything else. Let's go and get joint analysis done. Oh. Missed that guy.
Request approved.
Precise attack.
Summon condemns you. Here we go.
Cassia, you have grenades. And you can't really throw them far enough. So let's do Voice of Command.
Do not dare ask. Step aside.
And as a
The
full one.
navigator is coming.
Let's see.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Take another shot or two.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Time to slaughter someone.
Aha! The Underhive Rebel are going after the Zinch demon. Strike.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. The more the better.
Then
It will be done.
that.
Let's get to it.
Yay. So, momentum. Just gonna go here. Let's clear up some stuff for Abelard. My turn. Let's see. Argenta doesn't have a clear line of sight there, but she does have some.
I am his will made manifest.
So let's go ahead and unload in his general direction.
As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
Apparently cleared up any...
Doubt is for the weak.
Yes! Demon dealt with.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Shut.
I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
It's Argenta's turn. Cabela.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Start getting up there. Go ahead and
You
heal
cannot
yourself
trick
up.
death. It will claim me one day.
Escal, same deal. What do you want? You got melting. And overexert. Let's go ahead and continue joint analysis. And analyze enemies. Do you even have a line of sight? Yeah, you do.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. Running by narrative side.
Yeah. Oh well.
Out my way!
Cassia, my dear.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Abelard overexerted still. An arm, machine spirit communion, voice of command. Horrors of the warp.
I'm afraid not.
Still overexerted. Cabela, I suppose. Healed up a little.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Can't make an attack.
Let's get to it.
Abelard, my man.
Indeed.
Florence and
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Maggot. Scared yet?
Mizithul. I actually have a decent chance of hitting. God damn. I don't really have anything to reduce veil degradation with, so that'll have to wait. Argenta.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Continue the march. I don't know.
Strike is a prayer.
Nice. Cabela.
I am your blade and shield.
Just go ahead and be there, Pascal, since we're moving up.
Cogitation failed. Request approved.
Should spread communion. Can't
This is
see.
contrary to dogmatic protocol. Here we go.
Can't see, I can't really do anything. Healer restores.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call.
Swarm enemy
Indeed.
there.
For Von Valentius!
Give yourself another turn.
I've seen
And
worse battles than this
absolutely
in my time.
murder this last fool. That is combat. Let's go look at what the cultist had on him. Hypnotizing pendant. The wearer successfully hits with a single shot attack. The target suffers slowed until the wearer's next turn. That'd be nice. And loads of basic equipment. Just a warehouse.
I'll guide your vessel and lead you on your way.
There, and I think that was all that's left in the city. Cool. So now we're off to the other place. Hmm. Actually, let's go ahead and give Theodora's rosary to Cassia to improve our commerce.
I'm not interested.
than me. I clear all my wounds and such before taking care of that.
The light of terror shines for us.
To the upper way, then. For some reason, the upper way loads very slowly. And the last like 5%. To the eastern side, to the command center.
The web beckons.
Glacier. Solomon. Plasma pistol would be really cool. Ah. But I don't have plasma proficiency, and also doesn't even deal as much damage. Better range, though. Ammo capacity. Psychic body glove. Let's see, where ignores. Get more dodge. I think I'm actually going to Analyst helmet. The wearer kills a target with an exploit or uses a singular deadeye shot. Nearest enemy gains one exploit. First aid manual. Using any mod kit. Soul Siphon would be cool. Only 10. But I would need to increase reputation a bit more. Let's see. Thing of holy gifts and heretic trophies. To get me Soul Siphon. High armor penetration. So it deals an additional 1 point of damage if used by Psyker whenever this reduces veil degradation. Only problem is Needle ring. First aid manual would be nice. Dodge. Yeah, the psychic body glove would just make my defenses a little worse. See, neurohaptic amplifier. If this warrior uses stalwart defense, its effect is not triggered by start of their next turn. Modified lasgun, which I think is just an upgraded lasgun. I think I am gonna grab Soul Siphon though, just because, so I have something to use in melee. Even though my weapon skill is not that great. Anyway, I think it's enough in the bunker. Off to the void ship. Yeah. And then down to the electrodynamic cenobium. Cover the landing area, your lordship. Glory to the Von Valencius dynasty. Oh,
Onward!
I have to loot, because I am a rogue trader.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Yeah, there were some goods in there. Medikit and a frag.
I did it.
Judging by the dead people's equipment, they were the same wardens the governor sent to the monastery's aid. Open the gate. American awakens the gate's latching mechanism.
I'll chart a course for you.
The heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had time to reach for their weapons.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
As far as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Rykan. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power.
The melodies of machine spirits and the ways of diagnostic divination.
If such is the Emperor's will.
Cultists were killed with a hit to the back with some kind of electric weapon. Skitari, you shall be purified by the motive force, blasphemer.
Close ranks!
Electro Priest. Electro Slam! Oh.
These ruby flashes are just me.
Pain cleanses the body.
Argenta, my dear. If you would. There you go, let's swap out for some fire. Let's see, why don't you head there, see if you can get... Oh, whatever you do, you're only gonna get the one.
Rejoice in battle!
Not really what I intended.
Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, go ahead and get an extra.
I'll do it.
Shot. So yeah. It'll shock me. I think that's fine. Strength and toughness on myself, actually. And get that going. And that sword is already coming in handy. Bringing myself up a little too. Cabela gets to have fun!
As honor ordained.
Now let's splatter everyone in blood. Isn't that what that's supposed to do? Oh, single target.
I shall
Okay.
not killing. Brings me no pleasure. The shadows will see it done.
A scale, if you would.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Duty demands.
Nice. Let's go
In
to
the
get
name of House Orcelio,
another action.
I shall prevail.
And finish things off.
Anything worthy of my attention?
motive force field seals the passage, threatening to incinerate anyone who touches it. Data altar of sacred analysis. That's some goods. Hey, Pascal, if you would.
Operation successful.
Data altar of sacred analysis. Cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Pascal, kindly remind me how this hymn goes. Pascal's vox lets out a noisy groan as if he is clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." Let's see, the closed circuit, wherein the paths start and ends are tied in a knot. Verse 2 calls to you, Pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude towards the arcane key that closes the circuit. Now finish this prayer, Pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charges power the immortal reason that hath created the spark. Okay, so it's closed circuit, arcane key, and the blessed faith that bringeth light. That's not it. At least I seem to have memory of ages that is preserved most zealously. Nope. The faultless soul of the current washeth. Okay, so it's okay. Key and the mortal body and the mechanisms thereof. I have to find the answer elsewhere. Cool. There. Path forward there, maybe? Yeah, looks like there's no wounds on the heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror and his eyes are bloodshot, ruptured blood vessels.
I will not die in dishonor. We are truly blessed this day.
Your Emperor won't save you! Weapon at the ready. Break their morale.
They got some decent guns there.
Reading damage to Volk.
Oh, Cabello, if you would. Let's see.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Oof.
Let your soul be purged.
Doesn't look like I'm...
As the tenants demand.
Raining blood.
Death is a blessing. I cannot serve you in this way.
Two there and two there. Let's go
As honor ordains.
And hold.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Unarmed. Run and gun. Unfortunately, I need to run the gauntlet, and that is not very pleasant. Fire, it's gonna go next. That guy. So I don't want to be too far forward. I can't shut this down, I don't think. I missed something. I did miss something. Okay. Let's see, that was 1928. I don't feel like taking major losses.
Mistress Cabela, you move with the utmost confidence in unfamiliar places.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last electro priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the corpse emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
Henrix, the tall, dark-haired man, sizes you up with a quick glance. Supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket, stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A forced sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Try to focus on the man in front of you, but you can't shake the image of the deadly torture he inflicted on his victim. Pulse quickens, blood pounding in your ears, and sweat beading on your skin. Interrogator von Catlox, I presume?
Yes. Well, since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrix van Kellox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Rogue trader Azathoul von Valancius.
Von Valancius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of rogue trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I'm here to collect you. I'm under orders by the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage of footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task. Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
I am the Domin's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You're familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the Final Dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted Final Dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
The Tech Priest's visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. Soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robe. As Heinrich van Kellex speaks, you suddenly notice the way he is looking at you, with his eyes slightly narrowed as if he is peering into your soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. And the change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, and you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized a fellow psyker. I can help with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
You have to have Heinrichs. Do I want to drop Cabela? Who do I want to replace with Heinrichs? Cassia would be the smart option since she's a psyker. And she's useful for getting extra turns, but I'd rather have... Yeah, I'm going to replace Cassia with Heinrichs. Alright, Heinrichs, you are a warrior. Destined. Psyker's armor is increased by 5%. Increased by 5% at the start of every round of combat except the first. Edge of Dawn. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer... Oh, and he's also melee focused as well, so that's nice. Any suggestions for him? Epicenter of Slaughter. Whenever the warriors attack, they gain 1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. After their turn, they gain temporary wounds for each stack. These temporary wounds could not exceed 3. Thick Skin. +1 damage reflection and parry chance. By 25% of the warrior's total armor. Let's see. More health than chance. Easy target. Desolation. Melee attacks do an additional +4 damage to enemies that have no allies. Let's go for Thick Skin. And toughness, since it seems to be your lower reckless support an enemy. And athletics, I suppose. Get you some more weapon skill. Sucker Minoris. Yeah, do I want to give you... Oh, and you're a... What are you anyway? Summary... Dogmatic... of the Emperor... Okay, so you're a Sanctus. Melt weapon, leaking ether... Yep, Sanctic powers. So I think I do want you to be... Second Norris. Getting your weapon skill up. Toughness as well. Let's go for weapon skill, actually. Oh, but you do also have access to Biomancy. Shield of the Emperor. Purge Soul. 36 direct damage, increased by... against Xenos, Chaos, and Demons. So they start the Psyker's next turn. All allies affected by Word of the Emperor increase their deflection by 1. And I don't know, maybe make you into a buffer. Purge Cell, or Purge Soul. Shield of the Emperor would be nice. Yeah, let's get some more protection up. Get you some athletics, why not? Some more toughness to go with your weapon skill. Destined, armor increased by 5. Blade of Light, so weapon attacks do more damage. And other things. Second Sight. Sanctified Slayer. Edge of Dawn. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 10% more damage. Destined. Glory. First time that momentum reaches 200 during the Psyker's turn. The Psyker gains +5. And it gains a bunch of bonuses. Items of Hatred. Psalms of Heroes. Psychic rating increased by 1 until the end of combat. Fights there. Force Reality. Obscured Threat. Psychic Barrage. Second Sight. Stabilizing Factor. First use of Psychic power each turn increases Veil degradation by 2 points less. This talent reduces subtle manipulation. Might actually be a good idea. Actually, no, you don't have any... I haven't given you any damaging psychic powers just yet. Defense. Psyker deals damage, they gain a stack of Singing Siphon. That might actually be a nice thing to have. will not die. Nimble. Shield mastery. Let's run together. Warp saturation. Life. I think I'm gonna get you. Better to die for the Emperor. Plus 10 to all characteristics and plus 2 resolve while under 40% wounds, doing my part. No. Imperial World. Let's see. Plus 10% critical hit and armor against the Xenos and demons. Allies gain half that. Ready to serve. Non-damaging ability. The resolve increased by 1 for 1 round. Stronger together. I think I will have you enforce reality. Or no, stabilizing factor. Let's see. Athletics and corrodes. Abelard is pretty high there, and there. I don't know. Or Xenos. Put you above Pascal. Lore Warp. Let's see beneath me. Medicaid. Might as well give more people Medicaid training. Attempt. Desolation. Easy target. Rage. Yeah. 6 skin. Daring Breach. Plus 10 movement points to the end of turn. Fire does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Keep that. MP. Priority target. Let's give more those things. Epicenter of slaughter. A little bit more weapon skill. Let's get it up to 50%. Purge soul. And now I can take subtle manipulation. Give you more toughness. A bit more Medicaid. And boom. Now let's take a look at your equipment. You have a Biomancer's Staff. Which I think is this restricted to Heinrichs? No. Wielder of the Staff, power level 6. Gains Siphon Life ability. It's also available on its heroic act and desperate measure versions. Power level will increase the damage and healing of this. Ooh. Fine. Thank you for the staff, Heinrichs. You can have a normal psychic staff. Yes. Otherwise, it's basically... it swaps out the Warp Lightning for Siphon Life. Which I do want, I must say. Auto Pistol and a Force Sword. I already have one for myself. I'm gonna have a Ripper Auto Pistol. As far as armor, you have a Flak Vest. You can wear up to medium. Chainmail would be better. Flak armor would be better. Ooh, parry chance against melee attacks. But that does reduce your armor. But it would massively improve your parry chance and other stuff. Also, let's make sure sure you are in your full glory. Let's see. You don't deal warp damage. Oh, wait, actually. Info, Psychic Force. Let's see. Deals an additional 2 by side rating times willpower bonus damage. But may trigger things. How about... Oh, wait. Doesn't the... Lightning Arc... Doesn't say if that's warp damage or not. Chains up to 4 targets within 3 cell radius, dealing Seeker staff power level times side rating plus willpower bonus to each of them. Versus Siphon Life. Yeah, it doesn't specifically mention warp damage, so I don't think the demon tool would apply just yet. Anyway, let's go ahead and get you a couple of those, a couple of these. Not that. That. Other accessories, or warp, I guess. No, your fellowship is at the same as your intelligence, so that doesn't matter. Temporary wounds equal to the amount of collision damage. You're not really going to be doing collision damage. So I guess you are as outfitted as I care to make you. So many knives. I know, let's give you a stolen autocannon. That'll work. Fighter's body is still warm. He only bled to death a few minutes ago. It's an improved armored body glove and an autogun. The hard, uncomfortable Somno meditation bed is equipped with neural ports to connect the sleeper to the monastery's cogitator network.
No sleep, no rest, only duty, only death.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Pascal opened a hidden door, giving us some leather armor and a charged staff. Wielder of the staff, power level 9, gains a lightning arc ability, including its heroic and desperate, and plus to willpower. Yeah, sure. Hand that off to Heinrichs. On one hand, I want to grab that for myself. On the other... Actually, yeah. Heinrichs can have his staff. I'll take the charged staff. Oh. Oh, right, I already collected that last time. Okay, now that isn't going off, I don't think. Oh, there it goes. Let's go!
The Emperor is with us!
Cabela, if you would.
Death comes in silence. Trust me. I shall not. Killing brings me no pleasure.
And yeah, let's go get Veil of Blades.
Trust me.
Stay vigilant. Die.
Suffering.
Follow my lead.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Guided by faith.
Let's go ahead and get...
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Wow. Really should have done concentrated fire first.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Escal. Up there.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Then let's go ahead and analyze.
Request approved. Significant value.
My faith strengthens me.
Martyrdom.
Death to unbelievers. Ah!
Okay. Just want to get up in there. Do a little bit of lightning. Go ahead and get Invigorate up on Escal, I think. Iron Arm on Cabela. Discharges of the motive force fill the air. And Word of the Emperor.
Naturally.
And you can't really charge it. But I think you need to move.
The Emperor is on our side.
Get Siphon Life there. Let's go and get Shield of the Emperor.
I won't object to it.
Abelard, you go ahead and get up. Install defense. Not really going to affect anything. That guy is still there. The Veil of Blades wasn't that valuable. So
is a blessing. A dance of blades and shadows.
My wolf is starting to get kind of strong now. Yes.
I would that I could.
Okay. Our agents are going to move forward.
I will
And
bathe
start
this
spraying.
battlefield in righteous fury! As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Take any chance I can. Anyway. Nothing in there to indicate a chance to get things cleaned up. Let's continue analyzing the enemy we can see.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Joint analysis going. Precise
Running
attack.
binary override.
And can't even see the guy. Can't even reach the guy. Oh well. Oh joy. Oh, about time to stop with a little more fun. What? Why can't you? Oh. Okay. Now let's go and get Invigorate Marcabella. Oh, increases. No, that's not fun. Heinrichs. Should reduce.
Everyone, step aside.
That it does. Let's go and get Shield of the Emperor as well.
Glory.
Nope, synced it. Increases.
Let's see to it.
Abelard, my man. Let's go and get Brace for Impact. Heinrichs can move forward.
Get me a target.
Bella can move over here.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Azathoth can move up. Argenta, move up.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Pascal can move here.
The dread of his faithful.
And Abelard doesn't really have anything much he can do. Oh,
That's not the Seneschal's job.
he can charge forth. Endure.
It will be done. Grey hair, sure hand.
Bashing. It's random targets. No. Let's go for Rain
As honor
Blood.
ordains.
Available, yeah. Yeah.
Caught by the web.
He also shifted. That's great. Yeah. Shift 1 to run and gun.
God Emperor, move
up.
through me! Be the fire in my heart! I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
High momentum.
Let's see. Dismantling attack. Some exploit on each enemy in combat. It makes it free against target. Threat always hits. Let's go keep in melee range. Dismantling attack.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Let's go ahead and analyze.
The Omnissiah
Analysis.
knows all, comprehends all.
Double hit chance reduces damage dealt by the target's attacks for 15%.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
And
My competences are not that universal.
as a whole. You could get in there and start doing some stuff. Aren't really built for melee, but... Oh, I also want to get out of the electricity while I can. Heal yourself up. Do a little bit of cleaving. 6 to 13. Yeah. Damn, buried. Let's see. Heinrichs, go ahead and get Ward of the Emperor. Actually, no. Right into that soul. And then Ward of the Emperor.
Naturally.
Abelard, get in there. Target 2+, okay. Now you can just move there.
Follow my lead.
Sworn enemy.
At your beck and call.
Piercing strike.
I will do my duty. A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
As the tenants demand.
Just go ahead. Get
Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure.
that done. Chaos Spawn is just standing there.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Pascal.
Advancing.
Yeah. Analyze the enemy.
Approved.
Oh! He's stuck there. He can't move.
My vow is to serve.
Expose weakness over there. Okay. I think I can move there without getting hurt. Yes. Yes, I can. Well. Nope. Can't even take any pot shots from there. Simply don't have the range. Alright,
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
let's move up. Lord as well.
My place is at the fore.
Can he even throw anything that far? No.
High momentum.
Well, isn't much. Oh, hey! Also start moving in.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I will not. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is what you do. Doubt is for the weak.
Pascal.
Running binaric override.
Expose. And single shot.
The scriptural process is favorable.
Run up Ministry and just.
Low momentum.
Heinrich should be in range to just unload. But not without risking my own.
I need a foothold.
Now the Lord can continue.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Capella can know that.
I am your blade and shield.
It's just trapped there. I would almost feel sorry for it if it weren't filled with spawn of chaos.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There we go.
Throne take you.
The Emperor favors me today.
Dead heretics are suspiciously different from the others. Symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly, and standard issue uniforms have show through the blasphemous tatters. Oh, Pascal.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Some medkits.
I'm watching your back.
How about you handle
Always.
yourself? Get rid of your wounds. And I want Enforce Reality for my Obscure. What was the one? Saturation. Oh, do I already have it? Second Sight, Stabilizing Factor. Yeah. Okay. For immunity. Nice, hold my visualizations, like a barrage. That would actually be quite nice. Abelard, my man. Get off me. Let's see, enemies on foot. What was the one? Durable knotting. Expertise. Defensive maneuvers. Disarm. Gains 19. Attacks of opportunity. Clenched teeth. Living shield. Enemies suffer -10. Penalty to hit with ranged attacks against warrior for every enemy. Rigorous training. Charge and slash and end the warrior's movement. And grant dodge. Evasive maneuvers. Combat master. Defensive maneuver. Whenever the wielder successfully uses shield bash, they gain 2 movement points. If they move, they will not provoke attacks of opportunity. Dueling mastery. Instant retribution. Whenever the wielder successfully blocks an attack, then he'll use shield bash against the attacker, if possible. If the wielder makes a counterattack triggered by stalwart defense, shield bash follows the counterattack. Die, nimble, shield mastery. Let's see, expert promethium treatment, grenadier. No heresy, reckless fury, opening strike, charge and push, increase the damage of ranged attacks against to the end of combat. Open engagement. If there are no enemies adjacent to the warrior at the start of the turn, damage increases by 8. It's impetus. Crowd kill. Area attacks deal an additional 3 damage for each enemy in the affected area. It's universal interception. When the warrior parries an attack, their next warrior archetype ability costs less. Ramming speed, increased charge distance by 3 would be really good. Rigorous training. My part, base skill. Restrict defensive maneuvers. Get into cover. I already have contempt. Epicenter of slaughter. You have thick skin on you. Defensive maneuver. Instant retribution. Whenever the wielder successfully blocks an attack, they immediately shield bash against the attack. Shield insulation. Overclocking module, promethium treatment, residual charge, shield master, staggering bolts to get more swift movements. I guess defensive maneuver. And coercion. Argenta. Fired up. And unpredictable. Cleansing Faith. Let's chain power weapons. And they have hatred. They have purification. Demon Xenos. Ready to serve. Muzzle velocity. First hit of each ranged burst attack deals additional damage equal to point blank. Area attack attacks gain armor penetration and ignore deflection when used against enemies at a 3-cell radius around. Second skin. Medium armor does not reduce dodge. Ooh. Oh. Where the soldier successfully dodges or uses cover, tenderize. Enemies damaged by the area targets or by the soldier's area attacks suffer +3 damage for the next attack that hits. Swift slaughter. Integrity. While at full wound, soldier has +10 ballistic skill and fortress. Has full cover against the enemy. Soldier gains +10% damage. Less damage for warning. While the soldier has an ally adjacent to them. Holds for everyone, second attack in a turn, deals more damage. Enemies that have not suffered damage. Demolition Engineer, Demolition Intelligence, determine additional damage dealt with ranged area attacks. Oh. Alacrity. Shot fired by the soldier. Fired up. I guess she's meant to crit really hard. Yeah, sure, let's go for the crit chance. Dual Weapon Expert. Dual Weapon Combat. Power Weapon Expert. Medium Treatment. Fire damage suffered by enemies currently immobilized or slowed by this character's fire. Solid Projectile Weapon Expert. Solid. Litany of Hatred, I think. Zeal. No Heresy. Combat Master, Building Mastery, Instant Retribution. Serve. Liturgy of Insulation. Yes, let's go for Litany of Hatred. Why not? And then our guy. Contempt. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior, you're not really going to be. It's the Edge of Dawn. Let's go for that. Get you some athletics, I suppose. Tide of Excellence. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, operative deals +1 damage. Combat. First strike, projectile, and a burst attack. Stacks. Sure, let's get you a bit more weapon skill, actually. And our blade dancing lady. Combat Master. Enemies gain no melee superiority bonuses against you. Dueling Mastery for the bonus parry. Some Retribution. Die. Nimble. Defensive maneuver. Bloody Mess. Time to avoid main character. Contagious Luck. Dance of Blood. Yes. And yeah, sure, let's get just some Ruthless. Why not? Actually, you know what? Let's just have myself run around. Don't think there's anything on that cultist gunner.
Another step, another thread.
Damn it. Can't loot for some reason, so let's go ahead and go to the main menu. And load in. Yay, I can loot sniper rifle, sword, armored body glove. Oh yeah, didn't I get improved armored body glove? Yeah, I did. That would be good for Argenta, I think. Or, someone who's not here. Let's see, sniper rifle. Over here. Do a little bit of looting if I can. There we go. I've got a lot of sniper rifles in there.
An expected result.
A multi-key and a free plasma pistol. Nice. Inspect the cogitator driving.
Machine God grants me insight.
Reason. Roll.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Blessed be the road that we take.
Some more stuff. There's that stuff over there.
Operation successful.
Follow the threads.
I'm going to look over there. Is it in here? No. Yep, cultist killed some kind of weapon in the back of the head. Should be purified by the motive force, blasphemer.
Run, fools! Or fall!
Let's see. Argenta.
Guided by faith. I'll do it.
Bounce for the fire.
This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, with you, my Emperor. Faith without
Here's
deeds
Saddle.
is worthless.
And Abelard.
Victory is imminent.
Yep. Bella,
I
get
will
up there.
leave footprints of scarlet.
Heinrichs. You're not gonna have the chance to act for a while, so let's at least get you out of... You over
Everyone,
there.
step aside.
Pascal can get up here.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Azathoul can get in the center. Argenta's where she needs to be. Well, go ahead and charge it.
I'd rather not. Someone else can do this. Indeed. One viewer target.
And that's about what you can do. I mean,
As honor or time, the other side awaits. I shall not fail. The shadows will see it. Death is a blessing.
and then go ahead.
As the
Acrobatic artistry.
tenets demand.
Momentum.
Done. Pascal, my man. Let's go into a dismantling attack there.
Of destruction. Vital function successfully terminated.
After that one.
Request approval.
Oh, that healed it.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binary override. My vow is to serve.
I suppose all that weakness.
My ears are ringing.
Now then, my man. What are they doing to my bulwarks? And then a run and gun. Nothing to loot.
My mind is focused.
Circular cogitator. Circular cogitator. The electro priest's hiding place must be nearby. Machine's altar is operational, but will only respond to a special command that you do not know. It's not the correct prayer. It's just an all will ask for your password. Goods.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Data altar. Closed circuit. Arcane key. Mortal reason.
Tread carefully, rogue trader.
Password. Which wouldn't have to be in here, would it? So we're gonna have to walk through the traps again.
activating motive force reserves.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Multitude of symbols are carved into the enormous generator. You realize that they are the foundational tenets of the Electro-Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason over all other facets of human...
An expected result.
Oh. Missed a little bit there. Another sniper rifle. Deeper we go. Bodies of careless cultists have been thoroughly fried by an arc of motive force.
Light of terror, guide our way.
Missing... Don't seem to be missing anything. Crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally, and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling, and the clenched claws of stagnation and the shackles of iteration zero under the iron wing. Let the cycle be discontinued. Let's see, Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox, registering a severe violation of the Purity Protocol. The Blessed Amarnat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured, and I need to hit the bathroom again. I'll be right back. I'm back. Are you sure he's a Marnat? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the blessed Amarnat's motto. Around the hall. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they're all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you. How is he bearing his torture? A devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality, but where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit may perish. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Amarnat a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through sacrilegious torture, they are trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal with which to control the reactor's outer power circuit. We must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. The Macadendrites point to the corpses of heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and cleansing the hall of heretics. Lightning discharges have charged the cultist corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are quickly painted over with the emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step towards falling. A small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there no other way, rogue trader? Signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coats of arms, even deceitfully worn. All of this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention to you. See, with a look of revulsion, Cabela picks up one of the rags with the tip of her blade. Nothing but your word, Domin Azathoth, can make me don this filth. Once we're done, I will scrape my skin clean with the metal brush and bathe in a caustic lie. Dogmatic, I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the golden throne. Another desperate scream rends the air. So be it. May the Omnissiah protect the blessed Amarnat in the coming battle. Death to the blasphemers. Kill all the heretics. Just make sure everyone has stuff. Medical kit. Fire grenade. Let's get you a blinding grenade. Second medical kit. Gear equipped. Crimson intoxicants. Get you some frags. Let's get you some stuff. A fire and a frag. Ooh. Bloody Pact. Just better than the Spinner's Blade. It'd be a good alternative there. Yeah, I'll give you that as your memory. Actually, Psychic Force. Why don't I go ahead and give you the Maul? And as for myself, I think I will actually put on more trained with that. Worse range. Ammo. Critical damage. With shorter range. Yeah, let's give you the plasma pistol in place of the arc rifle. And I don't think there's anything to be done about the Omnicyan War Axe. Anything else I have is going to pale in comparison. Let's see. Zoa pattern swords are better than spinner blades, actually. Actually, let's keep Silent Verdict on you. Do I want to give you that Mizoa pattern sword? Better damage. Dodge reduction, though. Let's see. I'm gonna keep Soul Siphon. Let's move in.
Close ranks!
Come to chaos!
First fighter's right there. So Abelard, if you would, hang out up there. And the gunner's over there. Oh, hi! What's up? What are you doing? Hop up, hop down. Gunner's over there. Those gunners and a fighter. So, Magenta. Bella on top. Yeah, they're going to be able to get some good angles on me regardless. Scowl there, Argenta. Heinrichs can... Pascal there. Bricks there, and Azathoth there.
Chaos guides me! Out of my way!
Who thought that was a good idea?
So then, let's go and get Iron Arm on Scale, I think. He's kind of in the most vulnerable position. And can I get Enfeeble on... Let's see those gunners. Yeah, it's cultist fighters. Scale 48, 39, 47, 39. Yeah, let's get Pascal buffed up with some temporary hit points. And then start taking some shots. Azathoth's turn.
Crush the feeble!
I serve the ruinous powers! Out of my way!
Okay, let's go get everyone buffed up.
Favorable. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
And go ahead and get... Actually, no, move over there.
Request approved.
Don't think there's any central figure that really needs to be dealt with.
I am your doom!
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me.
Cabela, I think it's about time for you to do some slaughtering.
Death comes in silence. No.
I don't have charges, my ass. You just...
As honor or day come, the other side awaits. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure. The shadows will come. The other side awaits. I shall
Yeah,
not
they run
fail.
Out of my way!
High momentum.
Argenta, my dear. Ability to make a number of extra attacks with their weapons rate of fire. It's time for you to start blasting.
As
Go
the
get
Emperor
Furious
commands,
Shadow.
I act.
I think this is the best place. Let's go and get
Doubt
concentrated
is for the
fire
weak.
down.
As the Emperor commands, strike is a prayer.
And then...
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deed. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a
There we go.
prayer.
Nice. Abelard, my man. Shift
It will be
1.
done.
Everyone can get a little bit of extra movement.
I refuse. This is unacceptable.
Let's see, Pascal can't really get... Can't get there.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Azathoth can get up. Cabela can get up. Oh, that's Heinrich's. But yeah, Cabela can also get up.
I bring mercy and retribution.
And Abelard.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I took care of this one.
Death to the weak!
Heinrichs. Going to that. Emperor.
But of course, Lord, I'm done with this one.
Do you have Iron Arm? Who did I give Iron Arm to?
I won't object to it.
Just gonna order the Emperor down. Endure.
I'll see our foes obliterated.
And then immediately get its return.
Get me a target. Be gone.
I'm gonna do a little bit of spray and
Let's
pray.
see to it.
And hold. Azathoul, can you get up and do the most base thing ever? Not quite. Maybe from there. Nice. Just absolutely fry the enemy. Ooh, can you get an enfeeble down too? Yes, you can. I'm the best. Does anyone need healing? Not really. Maybe Heinrichs. Pascal. My man. Let's go over there.
Chaos guides me!
Damn it.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Let's see. You don't have enough things for the other things. So you can't really do much.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Argenta. You can get an angle there. I think. Yep.
Rejoice in battle!
Time for some consecrated fire.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Super slaughter.
I'll do it.
Probably would have been nice to have right then. Abelard, if you would. There.
Follow my lead.
Endure.
I will do my duty. Reduce to dust.
Ah, and then he took care of the remainder. Cool. So, before we do anything else, it's time for loot. Nothing special. Chubby pattern lasgun. Carapace, body gloves, sorted loot, casing, chest plate, carapace, one of those les guns. Let's go to Pascal, open that up.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Let's see, the Menodakin's command throw.
Fortune smiles on us, an ill omen.
Yeah, let's go to player, distribution servitor. Let's go talk to the tech priest then. In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. Tech priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks of Ben-Harak prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not Blessed Amarnat. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? Abel, the fire of the hearth, sent forth sparks. The name of the spark is Abel Hanuman. Tech priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Rykad Minoris? For what? I categorically demand an answer. His voice raising to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates to the waters of knowledge and comprehension. A plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in the great plan of revelation, uniform progression towards it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so long. Ask him about Amarnat. I came here because of him. Why, after all? No, the tech priest's voice grows stronger. He came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself? To correct a mistake, possibly? But how do you... There's a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. Devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. You can talk once we can get him out of here. Cold premonition rakes the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His vox rasps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Examine him. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It's amazing how robust this tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. How did you kill those heretics? What technology did you use? Existence has worn thin and threadbare. Eschatos has discontinued the cycle. Eschatos. This word does not appear in my catalog. I am aware of its existence. Perhaps it sounded in the Blessed Amarnat's sermons. I must consult my notes. Try to take the tech priest crucified on the machine down. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness I hear their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden. blast of the motive force runs down the tech priest's face, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. A malformed Benharic code, repulsively jarring on the airs, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the Electro Priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of a containment aria. I note with great sorrow that the cultist's ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He's in the grip of a schismatical, an unholy imitation of machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the tech sorcerism protocol. Capella gives Pascal a long look, her eyebrow raised in a silent question. Pascal responds with an equally long silence, then creaks, "Thank you for your cooperation. Request denied. Catechism demands that this act be performed by an authorized unit." What is a schismatical? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit, created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the arch enemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of sorts, one whose very existence is an insight to the Omnissiah's wisdom. Grant the Emperor's peace to the tech priest. Let the tainted be eradicated. As mangled as it is, the tech priest's body still clings to life. It takes several blows to end his corruption-tainted existence, but even after that, a repulsive giggle is heard over the static from his vox. Pascal's mechadendrite touches the dead man's head carefully, grips his neural augmetic in his claw, and extracts it from its socket with the utmost care. The skullbone cracks dryly, and brain matter taints the sacred metal. Rest in purity, tech brother. The knowledge you have attained through your efforts will be preserved and purified. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to the servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Sure thing, mate. Still bodies to loot.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
We have no time to lose.
Circular cogitator. Machine alter accepts the contact circuit restoration hymn with a differential word. Wait. But first... Wait, didn't I... Was this already open? No, it was in here, that's the stuff. Closed circuit, arcane key... Faithless... Yeah, it's none of those.
Litany of reconnaissance recited.
Dar Impulse 6. A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. Wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now, he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electus, show that through his oddly bluish-tinted skin. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Sign of the Aquila, the Emperor protects. The man responds curtly, as if giving a military command. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium receives you, pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse 6, a servant of the motive force, and the praetor electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man, a trill of binaric signals coming from his box, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, the rank of praetor electroid is a sign of high standing within the electro-priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor. We have brought an assassin. Good. She will find much work here. Are you ready for new toils, blessed slayer? The praetor electroid looks at Cabela and gives a dignified nod. Always. Can it be any other way? Abelard says, you have the honor of hosting the rogue trader of House von Valancius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles. For your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators. I have a few questions about this place and the people in it. The truth is like the light, and blocking its path is criminal. The praetor electroid nods majestically. Who are you? The hardest-working servants and dwellers of the Cenobium, the electro-priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Corpus Cari did us a great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium is built. What precisely do you believe in? We have devoted ourselves to the worship of that aspect of the machine god, which is known as the motive force. It is a blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to the lay people, and protect it from unholy hands. The relic that this monastery protects provides the entire planet of Rykard Minoris with the blessed motive force, and we, unworthy though we are glad to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this place. Tell me more about your relic. It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykard Minoris by the holy warrior of faith Lex Imperialis during one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and power units of the Cenobium have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant lay people, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Pascal keeps a solemn silence, but the quick clicking of his mechadendrites betrays his excitement at being so close to the sacred Archaeotech. You're not like many other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I've met. Our faith imposes the duty of obedience on us. Every electro-priest is given numerous elect tools that combine in a blessed Voltgeist circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the electro-force, of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light, and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomena, this dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. I understand everything. I am pleased to be a conductor of truth. Why are you calling me a pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of electro-priests, but your intentions are good. If you were not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. What happened here, and how did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon this Cenobium, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's words, as if he's upset about failing to discover the Electro Priest's shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre than the cultists brought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the Ark, wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies, so that the relic may be corrupted, and the world of Rykad Minoris may perish in a fountain of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. Praetor Electroid nods towards his entranced comrades. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear. And the monastery was attacked by people who looked like Electro Priests. That was a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and were not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery's chambers. But I see that you are alive, and I am mourn the senseless deaths of my brethren. Let's see, I wonder if you would have been so touchingly mourned the Lord Captain's death, or if such sentiments would have only been awoken by the sound of our void ship delivering a punitive strike from orbit. My enforcers and Governor's Guard can help you to reclaim the monastery. I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only a select few are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnissiah cross this monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Confirmed. The presence of lay people on monastery grounds without the Praetor Electroid's blessing will be regarded as a sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrich opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind. And, quietly clears his throat instead. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy watching unholy intruders stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before that sacrilege began. I wish to get to the holy reactor. Let's see, the Ark is hidden from Pilgrim's eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. The time has come to prove your loyalty to the Omnissiah, Praetor. In the name of the God of humanity, strengthen my numbers with the faithful eager to fulfill their duty, so that they will help me punish the blasphemers. The Praetor stays silent for a long time. Finally, he lets out a deep sigh. Thank you, Pilgrim, for reminding me of our duty to humanity. I will send the Cenobium's warriors to aid you, if that is what his warriors want me to do. Nice.
Whatever you wish.
So can I flap open the other thing? Have I discovered De Way? Ah, Praetor's Aid. Plus 10% armor. The mighty reactor that performeth... I don't know. Closed circuit. Arcane key. Mortal reasons. Path of our Cenobium. I feel like I am missing something.
Beckons.
Yeah, there's the throne. second. I'm gonna look up. Did I get into the snowbeam? Let's see. Rogue. There's snowbeam. Okay.
Do I detect doubt in your voice?
Let's go and get this unlocked. Homicide, arcane key, and reason. Ah, okay, I was getting stuff completely wrong the whole time. Good to know.
Let's proceed.
And some more goods. We have a pinpointing visor. Increased critical chance to range attacks against enemies that have less than 50 points. And another arc rifle. Cool. I don't want to continue. Alright, I'm just gonna check on reports. I'll go to 10. Actually, no, there's a lot of stuff coming up, so I should probably
Knowledge is eternal.
go and cut things off here. Thank you for watching so far. We'll continue this next week. Next to Tuesday. Let's go put down save.